I'm gonna get some tent
Window tint.
and put it right back this way.
I'd turn mine off. I can't
He
even, I
turns
can't
his
even
off.
see
He
for
can't
the
see.
The glare.
So I thought today I'm gonna leave mine.
Turn it off.
Yeah, they're
My ears are ringing.
Albert's the only one that can't see, so stick them all down there.
I'll plug them in right there on the. You know,
Some of it I don't want to see.
Notice is hereby given that Erath County Commissioners Court will meet in regular session on Monday, July 14, 2025 at 9 a.m. in the second floor Commissioners Courtroom, Erath County Courthouse. It is not July the 14th, it is July the 16th. Erath County Courthouse, Stephenville, Texas, to consider the following agenda items for discussion and possible action. We'll start this morning with the Pledge of Allegiance. That's what happens when you read the script, so you just read the wrong date, so
Teleprompter was wrong.
teleprompter was wrong.
I would say something about a former president.
Merry Easter, Christmas. All right. Up next is public comments. I don't have any public comment sheets in front of me. I don't see anybody from the public here. So we will move directly into our budget work session. Today, a list for everybody I think we've got here. We have facilities, JP2, Constable 2, Constable 1. We have a break time planned in there, and we'll just adjust as we go. We have pretrial county attorney, Mr. Brooks, which is a couple of departments, and then AgriLife Extension to cap off the day, and we have HR department moved from yesterday to today. So, get us started off. Anything? Just dive into the departments. Anybody have anything to start with off the bat? Hearing none, we will start with which, Becky? So let's have the HR department.
Start with supplies and see what the budget is on the side this year. What was budgeted the prior year, what was used, and then we walk down the road.
It doesn't look like anything changed except you went lower on the equipment, non-capital.
Yeah, I'm fine with what I've got. I've lived within my budget. We're doing good. The only thing I had problems with was overtime for my clerk, and that was the only thing that needed to be looked at. But everything else I think is fine.
Okay.
No, not right now. The only thing I ever really wanted would have been a badge ID printer, but those are a lot more than that. So just in case
and
we
we-
have some kind of new
yeah.
equipment we need, just a cushion.
Bless you.
Okay,
And we asked, the sheriff's office has one. I don't know if it can be utilized for exactly what you're doing. I think JoJo showed me one
Yeah.
that they worked on.
yeah, and then I can pay them, because it's gonna take supplies.
One, yeah, buy the cards or something out of
Yeah.
somewhere else.
Yeah, I can buy stuff for 'em.
Okay. So, with recent, anybody have any questions on that? My question then would go to you about head count. We're not talking salaries, but we are talking head count. Is the plan to replace or fill the payroll clerk position.
At this time, I really don't know what, I'm taking advice. What do you want me to do? I am fine with,
It's your department.
well, I am fine doing it by myself temporarily, but I just need someone to, this is the main thing. Answer the phones, direct the foot traffic, filing, organizing, and then maybe look at giving more duties and training them to know by the handbook what all our employees are expecting us to do. But I could work with a temporary person for a while, but I think really a part-time employee would be better until we get to giving more duties out.
Okay. And I really haven't, we have not talked about this at all, so.
Yeah,
I'm-
it's whatever,
but-
I'm fine with whatever advice you'll give me. Yeah, I'm a little behind because payroll yesterday, but it's live. I'll come in on a weekend and finish up stuff. That's what I'm here for. Take care of the people.
Okay. Maybe we'll have some more discussions as we work through that and can bring that back to you, and we can look at what that looks like from an employee count, whether we keep it as a full-time or we could transfer it to a part-time, or
Yeah,
we can work through something on that. So I'll get with you, and
yeah,
then we can bring it back to these guys to see if they,
The biggest problem I see is, I mean, you have to go to training and stuff, and there's times when you're gonna
Yeah.
be gone. Somebody
Yes.
needs to be there. I mean,
That's right.
Employees are gonna question and whatnot, so somebody needs to be there, so I feel like somebody needs to,
Yeah, there needs to be somebody there, because if someone has an accident, you know,
Yes.
our drug testing stuff.
it happens, whatever it is, it happens.
Yep.
Forrest said,
You have to leave someone there.
I
responds to
am more
these-
than willing to
these
do
issues.
what you want.
It's time sensitive, you know.
I just know that a full-time person didn't have enough duties, and that's where,
without doing the payroll.
yeah, payroll just isn't enough to keep a person busy. And that's the reason why I started trying to get more, but it just still wasn't enough to keep them busy. I'm thinking of part-time, so when I'm gone those full days, they can be there those full days. Like I've got a doctor's appointment Friday, and then I've got a dentist appointment next week for a couple hours. And then I'm going on vacation 2 days in August.
Right. Okay. We'll visit about that, and we'll bring something back on that.
Okay.
So, but everything else is good. Any questions for Ms. Keith? Comments? All right.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Fine.
Facilities. There's, let's do the staff facilities first, and then we'll jump into some of the maintenance things that we need to take care of. Yes, sir. So he'll pull it up, and it'll be up there, and it'll be based off the sheets that were turned in for you. So really, it looks like on, again, on your orders, we're not, nothing's any different. You have lease in yellow, is that task question?
No, sir. So the only thing that I believe that we are having right now is, I don't think it's coming from us, it might be coming from precinct B section or somebody, but we do have water there. I'm offered water for that, so that's in your mind. We do have my Dodge with me, our company truck.
we've had it in the past? Is that why?
In that case, we have offered water going into the jail, but I think that's coming out of the jail. Me personally, we don't have anything for facilities.
Just didn't want you to be short on that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, and then in non-capital, 500, is there an exact expense for that, or is that just to match last? Is there, do you need, so that generally on non-capital stuff like that, it's gonna be computers, furniture, radios, stuff like that? Is there anything like that that you need?
Not really, we have our company's phones, and that's more than enough. If anything, what I would like to do with that 500, if possible, is get a cellular booster for the building. It would benefit me as well, it would also benefit Ms. Becky over there. I've asked with Tony about it, so when I'm in the office working, and normally it's most of the time when I'm working on specific items in my shop, they would call my cell phone and everything gets forwarded to my phone, and I don't have any service in there. So either I'm in there and then I step out, whether it's Justin trying to get a hold of me or anybody, I go straight to voice because I don't have any service in there. If I can use that 500 to, invest into a cellular booster, that'd be fantastic. If not, then I don't. He said he's been waiting for you. So. Hey, that's what it is. I actually spoke to him yesterday.
No, don't look at me.
Yeah, I actually spoke with him yesterday. He said that he was trying to get a hold of AT&T.
Okay.
That's right.
We don't even go ahead and, the service there.
Okay, I'll get
That's
with
part
him
of
about
it,
that.
yeah.
Sounds
When
good.
we're there in the office, we got
No cell
there
phone
with
either?
Ricky Bells, we got no.
Yeah,
Right now saying, I'm good with it.
yeah,
Perfect. I'll get with him.
okay. Anything else on the personnel? Staffing, did we have someone leave? Or we have someone leave? Do we have openings?
We have someone leaving.
Okay.
Ricky just told me last week that he's been looking for a position at his old job, and he said he finally got it. I called him back. The guy that was there, he's finally retiring after so many years,
Yeah.
and he wants that. And he's probably he gave me 3 weeks notice, but he won't know until next week.
Okay.
If he will. So
Okay.
that'll be 2 weeks after that. But
Okay.
right now, we're fully staffed at the moment.
Okay. While we're talking about personnel, I know mid-year you talked about possibly moving one of the facilities people to, like we had previously, we had a, I've gone blank. What's her name? Paula. What was the supervisor
She was
over
the
there?
team lead.
Yeah, team lead?
Yes, sir.
And you talked about wanting to do that mid-year.
With
Is
Jamie.
that still something that you want to do?
Yes, sir. I still would like to try to get Jamie into that position. The reason why I didn't give it to her immediately at the time was because I was trying to, I guess, mold, I guess you would say, in the form of what I would like for her to do and take position of, and now she's ready. She's been taking on that position as we speak now.
Okay,
And I would like for her to be as me.
okay. We'll look at that and then bring it. I would go 0 on that. If he's not pointing to any need that he's got right now, then that's where it goes. Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Yes, sir. And one of the things I guess we can add, if I can, on the overtime positions or hours that we have, I think it's still enough. Some of the ladies that stay late for
Meetings.
historical missions and stuff like that, or if somebody's missing, I'd like to try to give her some extra time to be able to do multiple buildings instead of just one. So the overtime would go into those positions with them, as well as the gentlemen that we have. Like for an example, today we're working on Wanda's building, which I hate to come in during work times and make a lot of racket, so we try to do the racket either in the morning or after time, after 5 o'clock when they're gone. That way we're not interrupting, whether if it's the phone calls or anything that we're doing, like specifically now, we put some stuff down on the glue to take off the carpet. And we use some chemicals in which, obviously, some of those chemicals might be strong for most. She said it's fine, but I would like you to either come in early in the mornings or stay later or come in on a Saturday for them to be able to do that. If I can accommodate them as overtime, as a thank you for doing the extra time, that'd be great. If not, I can arrange it to where I send them home early and I get the overtime. But I would like to accommodate them for the extra work they're doing, if possible. Now, I don't know if I'm not really familiar with how much money that overtime would be, because it won't be every day, it would be every other job that comes up. If it's necessary, I would like to try to see if we can come in early or late. or on
I really like your overtime where it's at, because it is there if there is, you know, if we have leaks at the jail, I mean, we have things that you gotta be there. We need money in there for that. And I understand the nature of jury trials and being there, and I understand the need to be here late. Sometimes it's gonna incur some overtime. It's the nature of it. But I think you've gotta balance that out with managing that. If they stay late one day, they do some of that, because overtime can get very expensive and becomes a drain that you can use it for somebody else. So I would rather you manage that through managing your team, letting them, if they may work and need off a full day because of where it's at, but you can manage it that way.
Sure, thank you.
So I don't
We don't wanna start some tracking deal of comp time, do we?
not.
I wouldn't wanna.
I think he can adjust his time.
I think they can just adjust.
Adjust
Right.
the time, you know,
Yeah.
come in late, work late.
Yes, sir.
Come in early,
And that's normally what I was doing throughout the whole
or
time.
like you said, work late today and tomorrow.
I mean, you've got some overtime budget in, you've got more than anybody really, probably besides the sheriff's office, and overtime budget in there. So, I mean, we're allowing that because we know there's gonna be certain situations that you can't control, so it's not a. How much is in there? 2,500.
We didn't.
Oh, well,
Any payroll.
right,
Sit down and do that.
yeah, but generally speaking, it'll match
Match what he had.
in the past, and he's used 1624 year-to-date, so.
And that's because I've been doing what Mr. Ray said, which is being able to control, hey, stay late, come late, or whatever, vice versa on that. I'll just continue to do that.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
But I mean, like
Right.
hotel and stuff, you don't.
Emergencies.
Come out, it may be on Sunday, Saturday, whatever.
Yes, sir.
And that'd be overtime, but during the week, I think you.
Just pretty much just use it as an emergencies. Got it.
yeah. All right, anything else on this part? We'll go to all right, we got sheets in front of us. What's some stuff that needs to
So,
happen here?
I have a few expertise and things, and sadly, this is my weak area is the AC units. I'm not really familiar with it. Sadly, as you guys can see, Cashin's Air, and I don't know if we're live or not, but we've had a couple of vendors or companies who has come out and has bid what we bid now, and anywhere between $3 to $4 to almost $6,000 more dollars than what Mr. Cashin is charging us now. In which, in this case, we had one of them came out say that we need a new unit, and Mr. Cashin fixed it for $150, and the new unit was going to cost us $15,000. In which I decided to start looking for a different type of vendor, not just Cashin's, because I would like to have at least two for emergencies in case Cashin can't come for an emergency. And sadly, I haven't been able to find one that matched what the trust that I have so far with Cashin. Until now, we have a gentleman, his name is Miguel Herrera, I believe, and his company's name, American One Call. We had him come out because I needed somebody to fix the freezer at the jail It's not working, it's constantly leaking, and it builds up anywhere between 3 to 4 feet of ice if they don't break it down in less than 2 to 3 months. So I decided to go ahead and finally come out and fix it, and he gave me a bid, and everybody that I wanted to come out and give me a bid so far from Dallas was gonna charge me anywhere between $180 to $300 just to come out and give me a bid. He was willing to do it for free, and I wanted to give me an estimate of how much it would cost. And he came out and gave me to me, which was gonna cost us $1,800, I believe, in that range, to $18,000 to fix it. I went ahead and I got a hold up Mr. Huckabee, and I asked, I'm trying to see if I can give me a rough estimate of how much it would cost to fix it, just to make sure that we are in that range. And I had another gentleman who says, I can give you a rough estimate, but it can range between $15,000 to 18-something thousand. So we are in that ballpark with American One Call and the quote that he gave us. Now, right now, we have Cashion decided to use American One Call to give me a bid on one of the units that we have currently not working on the 3rd floor for AP. And Cashion is charging me $6,400 to fix it, to change out a compressor, while American One Call is charging me, I believe, $4,900 to fix it. So we are in that price range where we want to be. So I would like to try to keep both of them as our vendors for an emergency, since we're in the same price range and we're not higher than, you know, $3,000 above the regular price to go that. And mostly reason I say that is because anything above 3,000, according to Mr. Ken Wright, by law, we have to get another vendor, another quote. So if we can have both of these quotes, I think it'd be more than enough to compare moving forward. But as of now, everything that you're looking in front of you is what's broken. The AC unit in the jail by the, what do they call it, where they drop off the inmates, it's gonna cost us $17,000 to $16,000 to replace.
We did.
Say what? So the Justice Center, I got a hold of Danny Albright, which is the one who installed it. Oh, no, sir, and the one that we are replacing it as well. And
That's in this packet though, right?
yes, sir,
That's
yes, sir, and I believe that was the 12,000. Is the 12,000. I did ask another company before we decided to get the 17,000 as an emergency, and they were saying that lock on it, because they were pricing it anywhere between 20,000 and above. I mean, they said that the unit itself is gonna cost around the same price that they're giving it to you. So that's a good deal, I would take it. Even the companies that I called and asked him about it, he goes, just take the deal. So, but with that being said, everything that you see in front of us, a lot of AC units are going out, and we're not talking about compressors, we're talking about the unit itself. I spoke with Cashion about it, the jail, because, you know, as we all know, Danny was mentioning, Captain Danny was mentioning if we can change out the whole units, because they're all old. They're anywhere between 2010, I believe, and up. And he priced around 1 million to 2 million price range, and that's just an estimate of a quote. I asked American One Call what would it cost to change it, and he matched it around 1.2, 1.4 million to change all of them out. Not necessarily needs to be done. According to him, he says that he'd much rather fix it than replace them. But with this being said, the reason why I'm showing you guys this invoices is because I don't know a lot or most anything about ACs. Now, I do have a gentleman that's working with them, Cameron Olvera. Now, he is familiar with some basics, which is the belts, what you can see from the outside. But going into details inside the machine, he doesn't know that, the unit. So we still don't have a lot of expertise when it comes to that. I don't know if it would be wise for us to maybe set up a separate, what you would call that, specifically for AC, because if you think about it, you know, a lot of money that's coming out of my department where I can't fix, it's mostly the stuff. Anything when it comes to sheetrock, electrical, plumbing, concrete, tile, anything, rock, all of it, I can do it all. It's just, this is my weak spot. This is the one area that I'm not really familiar with.
$60,000 or $70,000, just what these invoices are right here.
Yes, sir, and
I'm not trying to justify any position or anything, but I think this cost, we need someone that's got expertise more in air conditioning at this cost. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, just because this is my area, this is kind of what I've done my whole career. Air conditioning is very simple. I don't wanna add any more duties to what I do, but I can guarantee you, there's, I don't wanna say it the wrong way. Yes, I'd love to look at the situation before we spend any money on it, and maybe evaluate the units, evaluate all these parts before we spend any money on it. I'm not trying to portray that everything in the air conditioning business is at least whatever cost of their parts is elevated 300 to 400%. Whatever they buy it for, they mark it up 300 to 400%, so, you know, that $5,000 unit costs them, $1,500, $2,000.
Yes, sir. So the first one, I spoke to Miguel was telling me, listen, I can order the part for you, if you don't want to put it, that's fine, you just have to go in and pay for it. And if I'm gonna buy it from Gary yourself, it's gonna cost me $2,600 just for that part. So I'm aware the only issue that would cause would be just that, I mean, you're a commissioner, you know, you're a head of a department that's pretty big. And, this is just a little bit of what's there. We still have more to that. If I was to call you for every call that comes with AC, it'd be,
I've already got enough to do.
you, you will no longer be a commissioner.
I've got a lot of
But,
stuff to do already, but I'd love to look over some of these, and I'm not saying anyone's doing anything in, you know, we're just paying normal. It's the norm. Rate cost, but
Well, I tell you, we're
I'm
not
just trying
paying,
to-
we're paying much less than we were,
But I'm just trying to,
yes,
because I audited this
Yeah.
with Kent, with what we're paying before, and I'm gonna name names,
yeah,
but we're paying a lot less than we were,
well, I'm sure you are.
and,
Cash has been in business a long time.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, and I'm not propping for anybody, but we had a problem
big one,
2 years ago,
big one.
where we get charged about $700 a trip, and it wasn't fixed anything, and it was over and over and over and over and over. And I pulled all those invoices, and so,
I'll give you a better one. We did $3,000 on a VB system for the third floor that would fix the problem. And they came in and installed it and didn't fix it. And my comment was, well, his comment was, man, you really look into your budget. So we had a big problem.
yeah.
But I'm willing to do, Sherman, whenever, if,
I would suggest that
Well,
if we're gonna be one year, we had, in the past, we had a lot of,
yes, sir.
that becomes a capital project improvement. So if we're gonna have, look at all the facilities and come back and say, we need to replace, all we can do it as a capital project, we should put it in capital improvements, do it as a package, because we have to get all that. And go piecemeal on this probably potential purchasing,
Yeah.
just keep replacing. We probably should have made that. And so we might get better pricing and be able to pay the floor better and do it as a capital project. If it's piecemeal, we put it in a repair and maintenance, which I highlighted, there's really 3 or 4 in this whole budget. If you use all the time, those are the ones I say are really important for you. Make sure we got enough. The ones we're struggling with. Because everything else is pretty much counted by data services, telephones, utilities. And so your supplies and your repairs and maintenance general, we have a few air conditioners going, we can do them there. But if we're seeing quite a few at the jail, we need to go ahead and budget that whole thing into the capital improvements. Your market, have a plan, maybe, so you're on the right path. But if you look at this whole budget, there's only a couple of reviews, and so those are the ones that are important to get, because those ACs are really capitalized. And so if we need to capitalize from here, if we're not just prepared, or we put it up in the capital improvement, it's maybe that's a 2-3 year time, you know,
makes sense. So I think one of these you have in your packet, adult probation is actually being fixed. It's being
Yes,
replaced
sir. It's gonna be about a
because
week.
it's out.
But there is AC in there now. They just they're using the old pounds of it, and they're just constantly filling it up every other day, just to make sure that they got it going, which is not costing us anything besides what's already there. And it should be here by Friday, so he should be installing it by next week. No, sir, the freezer would not. That was just specifically just AC units.
So, and this is it, Tino knows this, I've had this comment, but I'll just say it publicly. I don't know anything about American One Call. My big thing on vendors is that we, in every instance we can, unless it's just a drastic difference in price or service, use somebody that's local, that pays local taxes, local property, local personal business and property taxes. I want to keep the money at home. So I still challenge you on that. I don't want to be the government entity that sends people, not necessarily cash, 5 or 6 air conditioning companies here that pay a lot of tax to Erath County and help us run. I want to ensure that we're utilizing those services when possible.
Okay, now, with that being said, I will look into more. I believe Jocelyn was also aware of it. I emailed Cashin when it comes to the Annex 3 building, and I emailed them with the issues that we're having based on what the gentleman and the lady said. And I asked Cashin, can I give you this building? And he clearly, specifically said no.
And that one more time?
He didn't want to take care of the annex building.
Well, nobody does, I understand.
And
because
the reason why was because the system and the carriers there is a little bit more tech, in which he doesn't really familiar with it. Now, when I asked American One Call, I know you said no, but since I already have the quote, when he says about it, are you familiar with the carrier? This is our baby. This is what we focus on the most. Okay, well then, for right now, let's figure out what's going on with the conference room right now, because that's what's broken. There's no AC in there, in which they were able to determine the issue. And not only were they able to determine the issue, but they were able to get a hold of carrier to find out if we have warranty on that specific item, in which we do not. And according to Danny Albright, we don't. Now, I could get a different quote for somebody else for you guys, but I'm almost 95% sure that you're looking at almost $3,000, $4,000 more if you get somebody. Now, the gentleman who's working on the unit, who's taking care of the specific area, is part of this county. I'm just not familiar how everything else works when it comes to the taxes and all that. But I'll look for somebody else.
I'm like Brandon, I think we need to try everyone in the county before we start jumping out. Because, you know, they may be giving us a great price out of that, but I know part of that thing is mileage to drive over here. And if somebody locally can come, they're not gonna charge us the mileage to drive over.
Well, when you start dealing with,
Keep the money in the county, so that's,
keep the money in the county, and this building's gonna be the air conditioning system of this building, I'll say. It's gonna be the gift that keeps on giving, because was installed by an out-of-town person that wants to charge us a maintenance fee, and it's managed by, that's what you see Climatech here. It's managed by an out-of-town thing that it's hard to access and it's hard to manage without them, but it's $28,000 a year. Just a minute.
But I do want to add, before I finally found our rep for Climatech, getting LPS to even tell me what's wrong with it was impossible.
Right.
These guys, they go into the computer, find out what it is. They were able to tell Tino and Rachel, hey, you need to get somebody to look at this specific unit here. And that's was one of the quotes from American. So they obviously.
So we've
know
been
their
paying them hourly
stuff. Yes.
now because we don't have an agreement with them. So we call them every service charge when there's a problem. And I don't know how often that's been.
It's been 3 times,
In how long period?
about 4 months.
And what do they charge on service calls? Can I have that?
We need to use this as a learning experience the next time we build something. Think about that.
Wasn't aware.
I mean, we can't change it now, I understand that, and I'm not saying change it now, but just next time we build something or decide, let's think about that before we go through that.
Yeah, at this point, I'd love to have the little thermostats that are on the
Yes,
walls that you can just go change the damn,
He said we could go back to that.
adjust it.
That may be the answer.
He said we could do that.
European.
That may be the answer.
It might be more,
Everybody
but
gets
I can
individual
call him and be
meals.
like,
More,
hey,
maybe more upfront,
Yeah.
but this
And
thing,
if
it's
a
been a
problem,
turd
it's
since
problem with that.
day two, you know?
That one.
he mentioned that
You-
somebody said take them off, and they
England,
took them
Middle
off,
East, they're
but
all-
it is, you can do it again.
Means
So
what they don't
I
have
can do
all
that,
means
if you want, I
to-
can go back and say, quote me
And
on
systems
putting
and
individual
There's
thermostats
one hanging on the
forever.
wall right there, and you know where the problem is.
But-
I've enjoyed
If
working
it's
with
not
him.
working.
I just want to make sure that we're clear. The system that we're referring to, it says the computer as in the one that we have here specifically as well.
Yeah.
So the computer that he has is a system that can indicate what could be the problem, not that it is the problem. So he announced that the issue might be the compressor based on what it shows. So when they came and showed American One Call, they said it's not the compressor, it's the VBS, which is the system that controls the compressor.
But it-
So it wasn't it. So
But it gave him a general area where to look. I mean, which unit to look on.
correct, and according to the gentleman that when he came and looked at it, he needed access to the computer, in which I didn't have access to it till later. But he says that he's familiar with the system. So again, the system is pretty much to find out what could be the problem, but they will still have to do a diagnose on the unit itself to find out more. So,
If the system could at least just tell me which zone's the problem.
Yes,
And
sir.
I'll go identify the problem. Just give me,
An idea.
Give me a zone. It's
You're
easy.
hired. We'll give you a stipend.
Trust me, air conditioning is my forte.
Oh, he gets a stipend every 2 weeks.
All over 100 years. Oh, I know. Well, air conditioning,
That might be the
it's
answer to that
simple.
thing, just do away with
I
that
mean, to
system.
me, it's simple.
Put thermostats on each wall.
It's so easy. It's criminal how easy it is. The laborers, they went through some
If we're having all this, how with it when it's new? What's gonna happen in 10 years, 5 years?
No, I agree with you, that might be the best thing to do. Go back to this, it's thermostats.
They installed
You
it.
notice in that new building down there, they put in basically,
A lot of times I won't.
mini splits.
Well, a lot of times,
Which new building?
now, you can walk around your house with a camera, thermal camera, and you can see where all the
propose
heat's
to
getting
put
turned
in
around. And you know, this one right here is gonna turn like this. Those guys can map a house out right quick now. You
y'all-
should be able to do load calculation.
Get the squelch probe
Miles
down
and
there.
miles calculation, yards and duct size and everything.
Did y'all hear what, hey Sherman, did y'all hear what she said? That they can go back and do away with this system and just put thermostats on the walls?
That's the way to go. You know, well, only reason I say,
We're having all this hell with it when it's new. What's gonna happen in 4 or 5
I
years?
know what's gonna happen. I know what's gonna happen. But, you know, for me, I was, like I
I
said.
mean, it's gonna cost us some money, but it's gonna cost us money either way.
You know, any new installs,
Yeah.
they all got a mini split air
Well,
conditioner.
I don't
So when the
remember,
problem's there, it's right there.
I don't think you were, I think you were gone when McKinstry came with their plans, but they're putting splits in the remodel for the joint dispatch.
Way to go.
I think there's multiple places with splits.
And think back, you know where the zone problem, you know what your problem is, it's right there. It's the one that's sitting there right beside you, you don't have to figure out.
Check in on that,
It's a
see,
dumb problem or.
get a bid on what it would cost us to do away with this computerized
That's why
I'm sure there's still.
thing we got over there. Well, I mean, it's gonna cost us a lot now, or a little along the way, you know? I say,
I would tell you if
$28,000.
if it's 35 or $350 a service call, and I'm reading through this, and really, we're getting into the IT world again, that we talked about yesterday, you know, software maintenance and
But I know a bunch of their
support
stuff
and all that.
is-
It's,
A bunch of their stuff is still connected to the alarm system and the fire alarm system. And that's the part that you can't override, you have to leave that part in there, because if there's a fire in the building, we wanna shut all AC down so it doesn't just pump smoke or give more oxygen to a fire in one spot it shouldn't be. That's the, if they could be locked together where you could just shut them all off at the same time, but when the emergency is full, it kills everything.
So the only thing I want to add to going back to that, right now, the jail specifically is trying to go into what you guys are trying to get rid of. And the reason why they're trying to do that is the jail is the one place that we go to the most to fix, literally. And the reason why is because everybody has access to the thermostat. So when you're trying to accommodate, 150 inmates in there, it's too cold, it's too hot, it's too cold, it's too hot. People are just going up and down on those thermostats to where it's actually breaking. So if we end up going that route, we would have to come up with the plan B to where nobody has access to that besides elected officials.
We can figure that out. Let's get some prices on what that would look like and talk about it, and then we can have some conversations about it. And everybody can have time. Everybody get this? Everybody can have time to kind of read this, and you can
Just quickly,
understand.
I know what they're doing.
This.
I know what has to be done.
Right.
You know, compressor's a compressor, you know, but that has nothing to do with the condenser or the evaporator inside. If the compressor's bad and the compressors went out, you need to find out why the compressor went out, because it may be an electrolysis, it may be a lot of things. It could be low charge, it could be high head pressure, load that it's carrying. You decide right then, if we've replaced that compressor 3 or 4 times, then you automatically know, hey, that one, there's some kind of imbalance. Either we've got it working too hard, or we don't. I've seen the systems flood themselves. They get too much freon coming back because they're not working hard enough. The evaporator inside's not taking the cold air away, and it floods the evaporator, and it goes back and liquefies all the gas, and then the compressor can't ingest liquid. It can pump vapors, but it can't pump liquid. There's so many things that I know just because this is what I did.
Correct.
But I'd love to sit down with you and just walk through any of the problems, and just one afternoon we'll just go check on these units real quick. Just look at them, and I can kind of give them an evaluation of what they're doing and why they're doing it.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Just call me one day and we'll get together. We'll go check these things out.
Yeah, great.
All right.
I was showing him supplies, prepared blankets, schedule. And those 2 items are his main uses in this budget. So we want to make sure you got enough supplies running 24/6. He's already right now, so does that need to be bumped a little bit?
What gets coded to that? Is that toilet paper, lipo, filter?
Anything that any kind of, if it's not repairing something, it's a supply. And so you could almost combine supplies and repair. If you're buying a hinge, and we're trying to decide is that a repair and maintenance or is that a supply? So if you're buying something that's gonna span over some time, filters, paper, things like that is supplies.
And just on filters, every 2 months, we're spending about anywhere between $1,200 to $1,500 every 2 months.
Anything like that, it's not being repaired. Most things fall into repairs. And so it's doing pretty good on the repair and maintenance schedule, but as we grow, we've got another annex, we're doing more repairs and maintenance in this building. As long as somebody, we always check with y'all before that, and so we're in trouble with y'all bringing that up a little bit more. And then anything that goes over a certain limit, we've all been talking about it together, take it to the judge, make sure that this, what we do on repair or replace it. Those are the ones we get in trouble with, is those 2. And then what we have that needs to be locked with capital. That air conditioning, or that looks like a carryover. And so I would say those need to be 0 if we don't have any specific items. Maybe not the capital knowledge equipment, because that's where it's back. The tools that need to be for specific building or something. Most of his hand capitalized, I put a zero on that one, I roll $300,000.
But like that supplies, that's gonna be filters for every building.
Every building is in the precincts.
I mean, I just spent $50-something on 4 of them. It's missing.
So if we zeroed out, maybe leave that in there, if it's got some unique codes for the buildings that are serialized, that kind of thing. Raise that to 300, raise that to 30. We're still about the same, I mean, actually, less.
Or less.
We'll put it where we've seen we need it. This is the first year we split it up.
Yeah.
So, I'll close up a little bit. The first one, like, it's, and then we'll stack it.
Yeah, let's do that. Get rid of.
So next year, do we put in, projects that are capital in there for him next year, or do we wait till?
I'd start looking now and see what we.
And if we need to adjust that, we can, but maybe we can get together and fill, and maybe you can help us come up with a plan on the HVAC. At the jail, I think is where we've got a lot of the problems and a lot of those units, and I think one was down for months because they actually had to make the, and this was a previous, they had to make a part for it, and it took, and that may have been before you were here, I don't remember. But we had a whole section down, for a while because we couldn't even get parts for it. So we do need to get on
A lot
a
of our
program.
stuff is antiquated too, because all those units have changed. There's a new 1, 2, 3, 4 unit AC Freon that's now in play.
Yeah.
You can't use 14 anymore, you can't use 22 anymore, they're all gonna be phased out. So if we're gonna do it, we might as well move to the latest and the greatest that's gonna be available, because these others are gonna be phased out and not be available eventually.
Right, and I just, we've got to come up with something, because I don't want to spend $1 million replacing all the air conditioners at one time.
5 years later, the federal government changes the standard and we've got to hold
Right.
it back.
So let's, if we can come up with with using your skill set, if we can come up with let's replace these this year, then next, and then kind of a phased approach on it, and then hopefully that would help us, a phased approach in 10 or 15, 20 more years when you gotta do it again, not another, at that point, I'm scared to think of what an air conditioning is gonna cost in 20 more years, but, my house was nearly $17,000 a unit for a house.
$18,000 for a house. That's normal.
We can come up with a phase and we can start putting in improvements.
Still be in the capital.
Okay. We'll work on that.
We actually got it down a little bit.
Okay.
But we have not adjusted any, insurance, data service, all that stuff, we adjusted rate.
Well, that data service is what we were talking about yesterday.
Yeah.
So,
It's been 162,000, but it's 300, just because of things changing. But, we're in good shape if we get that number.
that reminds me, I do need to talk to, just looking at utilities, I need to visit with Mr. King on that, because we have a stormwater charge that is astronomical at Gall's Barn or the thing there, and so I've mentioned that in the past. I need to talk to them, like, a lot every month, and it doesn't make a lot of sense to charge taxpayers with taxpayers to pay taxpayers, and I think he agrees with that. I just need to talk to him, so I'm saying that so you'll hold me accountable and ask me if I had that, because I've had that conversation at one point. Anything else? Going once, going twice, anything else?
I did, I don't know about the shop, if we want to add that, or is that gonna be a different topic, or?
No, go, anything you've got.
I sent, I printed out some papers, but the shop right now that we did last year, for last year's budget, we went ahead and foamed, did everything is worked, everything's on there, everything's working great. We've been using it lately, we've been utilizing the shop as I spoke about, where I'm able to paint, spray, stain, and do all kinds of work on there. But there were pictures to where, prior to where, before we decided to do that, it was a cluster in there. It was, I mean, it was pretty horrible. But with that being said, I ended up cleaning it to where now we have a work area, which is a shop. But we still have all the tools and everything, the wood, everything that comes in, to where it will still be a cluster, even if I organize it in there, which is no longer a workshop, now it's a storage building. So I was asking if there is any way that I could either take half of the other building that's on my left side of it, which is the one that I believe Joe Brown said that it belonged to Precinct D and his, or if you guys will be willing for me to start cleaning up the one next to mine, which is in front of my shop, and Miss Becky's office, which is the same way that it was back in when I had mine. All that old foam is in it, it's all falling off, it's dirty, it's just horrible. I was just trying to see which way you guys would like for me to go. It doesn't have to have, I guess, you know, any foam, or if you guys wanted to, it could, or however you guys like for me. Point is, I just need to be able to have storage where I can pull my big tools and stuff in there. The mowers that we have, the weed eaters and the blowers and everything else, so that we don't have a, I guess, you know, the work area. And as well as some tools that I would like to purchase for the shop. Last year we bought 2 sets of Milwaukee's tool set, which involved everything in there so that we can have in our trucks, so we can utilize where we work. I've used that as well. I would like to try to purchase another set of tools so I can put it inside the shop to be able to work with batteries and stuff like that as well. Again, that is optional. Right now, the truck that Cameron O'Vara is driving, his tools is going out. He has DeWalt in there, and it's not good anymore as it should. So I would like for him to have some kind of tools, maybe not all the ones that I have in my truck because he's not familiar with them, but some tools, the drill, the impact, the sawzalls and stuff like that would be wise for him to have as well. It's just an idea for us to have in the shop.
What are we storing though? Didn't we store stuff over in that
Yes,
shop?
we used to store stuff though, the precinct stored stuff in that back deal, because the distributor used to be there, and the spreader.
Our
box and
welders in
everything.
there.
His welders in there, and we gotta have a spot for that trailer, elections trailer's gotta be in somewhere. I
Yes,
mean,
sir.
That's, cause you can't set it outside, first hailstorm, you just weld take torch, cut up the scrap iron, cause hail beats them up, so it has to be in the building.
Linda wouldn't be happy.
That's right, Glenda wouldn't be happy.
Not her problem anymore.
No problem, though.
Still her trailer though. She paid for the trailer. It's
Yeah,
her
she
trailer.
paid for the trailer.
We could either do that side or we can do the other side.
Did we not put in the budget last year for a canopy in the back?
Something we put in there for a parking deal out there along the fence, but sheriff's department was part of that with their fee.
We still have from that barn. Yes.
And half of the stuff that you'll hear about in Monday, we're gonna clear up. So,
A lot, actually. Honestly,
Did we
about
finally have
half
all
of the
the
building.
COVID stuff out of there?
Sorry, sir?
It's long gone.
Well, you can't burn most of it. It's all metal.
Storage, I mean, that stuff in there, now some of that stuff in there is junk, I agree with that. But
There's a bunch of stuff.
still, a bunch of that stuff's junk, but there's still stuff that has to, we can't use it for storage, or somebody can't use it for storage, where are we gonna put it?
In one of y'all's 4 barns?
That's exactly right.
I know you were.
There's at least 4 things in there that are tools that can be auctioned out. Everything else to me is considered trash.
And really and truly, if we went back the last 5 years and look at the tools, Bob, we'd probably have to rent a building to store them in.
Unfortunately, y'all let that happen. If we want to get in the blame game, I didn't have anything to do with it.
Okay.
I just got here.
Yeah,
I just got here.
I fixed that problem.
That's something that I would like to try to see if we
We
can.
have all the tools with serial numbers, and we'll do a checkout if Tino is no longer with us, and he will be held accountable for that.
Have
And he
perceived a
knows
little bit of it.
we did not have that with the previous.
No, I understand that, that's why I
Portion.
said that.
Yes, sir. No,
So,
every little thing gets in my,
I will gladly stand on that one. That will not be a problem going forward.
at all.
Well,
And-
let us tour and see what we
Yeah, see
actually
what
are
we
using there. I don't even know what we're using over there. I don't even know.
Like I said, I know these got a
There's a
well,
lot of
My welding
industry
trailer's the only thing, I mean,
right there behind
one of those little,
our office. I know.
Now,
Do we even know what they are?
I don't even know what
the other option,
what that stuff is.
the other option is if you guys want to keep that as, because it's a good building. It really, to be honest, I wanted that building from the beginning because I was big enough to do an actual workshop and storage all in once, but Mr. Joe said that it belonged to Dee and him for their storage. And I said, that's fine, then I'll just start working on the section that I have. But if anything, if I can at least take half of where the garage door rises and I'll close that in and I can just build my storage in there. All I need is a storage so I can pull every tool in there. That's big, if possible.
what about buying
Yeah, I just,
A what?
a common straight
I don't
box?
know what's over there. I don't know what,
I can do that.
I can just basically look at the building in my.
I could, yes, sir. The only thing that worries me would be the heat, which I don't think it'd be a problem because nothing electronical about it, but
Is it?
To throw another storage building out there?
No, Connie, freight box, somebody's freight box.
I know it's full of junk, because I walked there, I'm like, what is all this?
Well, I think they run on paddling, pins and stuff. We're doing one, we do the other.
What I get from this is we really need to just clean up a lot of stuff.
we do.
I've heard that about multiple things. We need to clean up.
Since we're on this subject of cleaning up, now, hang on, I'd love to clean up, Pilot Knob a little bit. We've got a lot of stuff there that's not gonna be used. I don't mind putting a container out there or something, storage box, and just load it, let them haul it, sell it for scrap. There's a ton of stuff there that doesn't need to be there, that, you know, it's been there forever. And it's just cluttered up the space, and even our yard, anything that's.
You don't need it till you throw it away.
Well, no,
I have one of them, I
I
throw it away.
I do it all the time. But
On the topic of fees, we got rid of all those tires. Now we're back to worse than what it was in the beginning. Are we going back to that again? Where tires there? at the
all
shop?
the tires that.
We're working on
We've got
Mickey's working on getting us another,
another
Trailer.
Trailer.
Are we going to continue to do that, or we just?
yeah, I think that's a good deal, man, because if we don't pick them up there, if they don't bring them to us there, they're gonna throw them off a creek somewhere, or throw them on the side of the road, and we gotta pick them up from there, and it's just a whole lot easier for them to bring them to us there. And that's it's a cost to us, but I mean, it's a cost to us to pick them up out of the creek too, you know? Then we still got.
Right.
You put two packs of reds, big reds.
Well, it's just, we've got to continue to look at space as we grow. I mean, we've got to figure out the land and where we go and what's the best utilization for it. And maybe the cattle pens in that spot weren't the best idea, but that's because we don't have we really need a plan. And I'm the last, I don't want to pace the plan, but we need to have a plan. Like where we're going, where we're gonna do things, so we don't just build something and then all of a sudden go.
Dang.
That was a bad spot.
We need
That
more
was,
space.
that was stupid.
Yeah, we need more space.
So, yeah,
With the tools being said too, though, I just want to make sure I mention this as well. We don't have, well, we have weed eaters now, which are specifically bought them for the courthouse, because that's mostly what we mow, unless the trustees came mow certain areas, like the one back there, we would cut it, or the one over here with the Justice Center. But I also don't have any edgers. We don't have any actual tools for gardening. We do that too, and we're having to do it with what we have. You know, when I first started, we started using one of those Sawzall blades. With the Sawzall, just cut the, trim it down, and I'm like, man, this looks bad. But if we can have those type of things,
put some tools. Yeah.
That's non-cap.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and that, all those would come out.
So, just to clarify for myself, when you say that it's a general, when it's for like the edger, the mower, it's for, but so is the tools that I'll be using to fix everything, would it not be?
They're kind of specific. You want it on bigger truck, or, you know what I'm saying? It's not, it's hard. It's gonna come out of another budget.
Okay,
So we kind of try to say you're responsible for these, inmates that grab them over, you know,
I got you.
but when it's my tool, my computer, my office, kind of thing, we try to separate.
Yes, sir.
Can you get me quite a few?
Okay,
And so it's really, Jim, put some of it. But if it's something you're gonna track and get hold of, and all that stuff, mowing the lawn, all that, we kind of personalize it.
okay,
And that's why we track that serial number, so we know what we have.
exactly.
Just get a serial
If somebody else is gonna use it, can't hold you accountable for somebody running off with the edger or something like that, if it's something, but the other stuff is, it's just the way, it's all the same money. It's all the same money, it's just how we divide it up, so how that we can track it on the backside. So, yeah.
County.
Okay. Yes, sir. If you guys would agree to get the tools, again, the same things we have in my truck and the truck that I had for Steven at that time, we're looking at like $2,500. And I could probably get the same type of deal, because that was a good deal compared to what we could have got at Home Depot or anywhere else. But if we end up going that route for both buildings, then I guess I have all the same paperwork that I printed out for us to have. But you guys can let me know from there.
Put them in there if you guys want to. It'd be for his department to track.
Yeah, Craig, back to the building you was talking about, you're talking about that room there with the lifts in and everything.
Yes, sir.
Not necessarily the other with the truck.
No, sir,
Okay,
no,
after we talked about that, I thought we're talking about two different things.
No, I was referring to, I can take either one, whichever one you guys fit best. The only thing is that if I take the one that's dirty,
We gotta talk about that. I thought I had mixed stuff on.
no, I know what you're referring to, and that's what I was saying, that if you guys want to keep that as your own personal storage for the precincts, then I can start fixing the one next to me if I need to, and I can just do the same thing I did to the first
Really, all
one.
we need is just one bay to put that trailer and our welder, but I mean, I can find another place for our welder for that goes too.
Well, we could keep the backpack, is what he's saying, if we let him have the other one. After we talked about it, I thought, we're talking about two different things.
Yes, sir. Well, actually, I decided, I took some measurements on what I could do on one side, which would be less work for me because I don't have to clean anything, but I'm willing to do whatever you guys are asking for me
We
to.
just need to go through that back building and
Clean it.
get rid of that.
And if you guys like, if you, if,
No, he ain't in that big a hurry.
if any of you guys want to go over there with me, and I'll explain to you what I'm referring to, of what I could build, and if you guys want to, that way you guys get an idea. If you wanted me to proceed with that, then I
Is
could.
that lift still in there? And it's-
Yes, sir. I spoke to the sheriff and the deputies over there as well, and they said they're trying to take it out because they don't need it.
Okay, that's what I thought, that's why I asked that, I was like, I think we're talking about two different.
Were they using that to do upfits?
They were actually, I spoke with the sheriff, and they're gonna take that out because they're gonna build a dark room, I believe is what they called it, to where they can install that, so whenever any crimes that happen, they'll use the dark room and the lift to be able to determine any red light, any dark light.
They use it to downfit their cars too, you know, they're getting ready to sell it.
Yeah, that would double a room for the crime scene shed that they have to have it completely darked out so they can look for stuff in there, which is, again, a location problem, because I thought the tower was going away, and now the tower's not going away. So we've got to figure out that we don't let them build something in the middle of where jail expansion would be, so that we don't eventually
Yeah,
go.
that's what I was thinking about that shed they built out there, you know.
Yeah, yeah. So, anyway,
That's all I have.
okay. Keep cleaning, making it pretty. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim.
It's not gonna be pretty, but make it the best you can.
It can look better than the
It's not
Sanford.
gonna be pretty.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, that's good enough. But, yes.
Twenty-five hundred in his tools for
Yeah, that's,
Yeah, I'm just,
And that's just the shop, are we gonna?
buys and he tracks.
Yeah, we're tracking them,
Well, track and keep.
because it was a,
substantial.
we can't go back and fix the past, but it was,
Be prepared.
we can prepare for the next one off what we learned from the past.
Set of axles that down jacks, that's rock door for 3 years.
What is it?
So the axles? I don't even remember seeing them.
they're light posts.
There's light posts. Yeah, they're light
I know
posts.
what it's talking about, it's not
Yeah.
it's those light posts.
They're light poles.
Yes, they're light posts, they come off, someplace down here around the square.
Come from around here, didn't it?
I've got a whole bunch of them in my yard out at Pilot Knob that need to go somewhere. Light poles that came down from Courthouse Square. There's a whole bunch of them down there.
No, I was thinking of, they could be like,
Just deem it zero value and
Scrap.
scrap, get rid of it, take
We
the
haul them
scrap
all
yard.
away.
Maybe we have like a county, what do they call that? That they, Roundup Day, or like Charleston Roundup, where they go and clean all the people's yards for them. Maybe we need a county,
Y'all help us.
yeah.
Charleston students.
Yeah, we'll get the football team here. They helped lay the bricks down here at Shepherd Street. And that made it go a lot faster when you got 80 strong young men to carry bricks and lay them down and do it. All right. We have a public comment. I'm going to let Meta talk. So if you would like to talk, Ms. Collier, yes, ma'am, to the microphone, and you have 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
3 minutes. We can maybe play with that a little bit, so.
Judge and Commissioners, thank you for letting me have 3 minutes this morning. I'm Meta Collier. My husband and I are the developers of the Collier Diamond Sea Ranch Estates on 281 North. And I am here today to get permission from you all, because those roads, they're gated communities. Since they're gated, you all can't take care of them. We're taking care of them. And we've got a lot of building going on down there and a lot of construction trucks coming in, and the roads are chip sealed and it's tearing up the roads. We would like to put speed limit signs up, 10 miles an hour, and then put in speed bumps on all the roads out there. And the reason I'm here asking you is because the attorney said that each of the 4 plats, each phase has a separate plat that you all approved, and they're all listed as public roads. So she said, to make this legal, I would need to come and ask you all for permission to change the speed limits from 20 to 10 miles an hour and put in speed bumps.
Okay.
And I noticed you didn't have anything in the budget for anything like this, so Joby and I, of course, would pay for that, the speed bumps in the,
That's private road.
those
Yeah.
private roads now,
You can go wherever you want to, I mean, that's
well,
actually your road.
that's what I thought too, Jim, and the attorney said no, because it's listed as a public road on the plat, that I would need to come here and get permission from you all.
Yeah. So let me take this to Bethany and Jason, and then we can see if we need to take action on it, because I believe it was the understanding, and this was, again, before me and before the land department, I believe it was the understanding they were private roads because they were gated and gonna be private.
That's how we
It was the
understood.
understanding there. On the plats that were signed and turned in, it does, I believe, say public
Public
roads.
roads, yes.
So,
I've seen a little bit of, when Joe had an issue with Timber Creek Estates, they wanted speed bumps put in their neighborhood to lower the speed limit. It had to be petitioned. Yeah, but still, I'm sure that you're gonna have to, if it's a public road, you're gonna have to petition all people that live in the neighborhood. And they're gonna have to sign off on this too to have it done.
Let me,
Yeah,
we'll
find
dig
out
in
what we need.
on our side to what we need to do.
It is private road,
Well, I
we're
don't
never gonna take it
we'll
over.
have a problem, but
Okay,
we'll do what we need to do, just let
okay,
me know.
I will.
Okay,
We'll work on that.
thank you.
They don't have
Thank you, ma'am.
HOA.
They don't have HOA.
And the chip seal job was terrible. They throw a little oil down and throw a whole lot of rock down, and there was no oil over half the rock.
But
All right.
I saw I still got the list of the people that signed the petition, and everyone in the neighborhood had to sign the petition to.
That's definitely how, that's a county road. So our problem that she's referring to is,
The designation of a public.
and thank God we have a land department now, I will say that, is that the paperwork doesn't reflect what was presented and done. So,
It's a private public road. I mean, it's privately maintained, but it's
we will-
open to the public that live in there.
Yeah, that's their real problem. I didn't realize that would be the problem. We had a public road approved on the plat, and then it's really private.
Private, yeah.
I'll have to come back to you all and ask permission to do it.
I'll work to get you answers on that.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you, ma'am. Yep, you're done.
Thank you, guys.
Unless you want to talk about your budget. But, okay.
Good to see you, honey.
Judge, are you ready?
Hey, Dave,
I pretty better we couldn't stand it.
be twins.
That's right.
One judge.
Morning. How y'all?
Good morning.
Morning.
Is this you? Yep. Anything changing, anything we need to know about? Any projects you got? Anything you need?
Nope,
Life's good?
life's good. Kobe never got back with me about the panic button deal, but we had an issue with like our credit card machine, because it would only work off of one computer, so we had it on Christie's computer, and Christie was gonna be gone, and so I got him to put another computer in that's designated just for that, and it's actually at that window now. And if he'll put a panic button on it, I won't mention the panic button shit anymore.
Deal. Make that happen today. Jocelyn Perez is now in charge of that, so if it doesn't get done, let me know,
Okay.
along with Colby, because Colby has to do it.
Did you get the building all fixed up like you wanted it over there? Last year, there was some things that you wanted.
Yeah, it's all pretty good shape now, so.
Camera system and everything are working?
Security.
Yeah, I mean, they're cameras, and every once in a while there's a glitch, but we get through it, so.
Okay. Everything, staff, you're good?
Staff's
Everything's
great.
rolling? Yeah, you got a good team.
Yes, I do. And I don't know of anything, so I'm not gonna ask you for no money, so.
Well, thank you. Anything for Judge Martin?
No,
You're not the first, but you're one of the few.
you're one of a few.
Any questions for Judge Martin? Thank you, sir.
The only thing I might ask, have you got any grass and weed killer? Because weeds are about to take over the parking lot. If you got some,
He might.
holler at me, and I got a sprayer, I'll come do it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Just like the Jefferson, moving on.
To the east side.
Waiting on a woman. Huh? I don't know. Hello, Ryan. How are you, sir?
We're good.
Good deal. We've got you up here. What you got?
So everything's basically the same except for maybe getting another lease vehicle. Cause that lease was up, I think May. That would be 5 years, would be May. And, that 20,000, I called the same outfitter that the sheriff's office uses. He said that 20 would be generous. That is if we get a Tahoe, it'd probably be less because I could use some of my older lights. If it's Durango, it has to do a whole bunch of other new lights because it's like custom, or I don't really know what he has to do, but he said it'd be more if you get a Durango. That's just the information that I got.
Okay.
How many miles on your Tahoe?
50.
50.
What do we need to trade it off for? You want to just upgrade it?
Yeah, it's just upgraded.
50,000 miles, not very many miles.
You looking at putting the stripes and stuff on like sheriff's department or matching the other constables?
It'll be more like Daily Constable's office. A little simpler.
You know, if I'm to be consistent, that's
Right,
How many miles a year do you generally drive?
What'd be, Kent,
About 10,000.
what'd be the,
About
if
10,000?
we kept that car, if we buy it,
I mean, they're gonna
It's probably a good one to buy.
yeah, was it a,
We're talking probably, I have to look at the contract, which one's different. I think the last one was $90,000.
yeah, I mean, that'd be a good one to keep. I mean, it hadn't given no trouble really, and has it?
No.
well, if it's no trouble, why can't he keep driving that?
Another
We'll
question?
keep it. That don't make sense. We pull it out and, but yet we're gonna keep it and use it, just leave it where it's at.
Well, I just, just 10,000 miles a year, that's not much miles. That's not, I drive more than that. We could stretch it out for another year at least.
You know, if it had.
Now, the bad part about them, see,
Either way, we need to buy the
not the
car.
cost of the vehicle, it's the upfit.
Upfit.
Every time you trade, you
I
got
hate to,
you
I hate to spend that
$20,000
$20,000 upfit to it, that's the whole deal. Yeah, I don't see the need or the, if there's nothing wrong with it, it's running fine. We got another year, 10,000 miles isn't much. You got at least another year to see if it develops a problem that gives you a headache.
We don't have a direct, saying keep it. Like if we got anyone to keep it, we don't have a direct spot that I'm aware of for it to go to. The last one went to the DA.
I think you need something different for that pickup there, cause it just keeps going out of it.
Y'all can buy her whatever you want.
About that. If decide not to do it.
I can't afford anything. You'll buy it.
I don't need it or want it.
I can't afford anything.
If the theory behind the lease was we know the exact time and place that we sell. We don't use it if we have to here. Selling it is letting them pick it up and take it back. Biggest cost per seat, like they'll just put it down.
Upfits.
Upfits is the,
Yeah, so
$20,000 for the upfit.
that's why I made the comment I did, if we're gonna keep it and use it, it's already outfitted, let him drive it another year or so. I mean, he'd like to have a new one, which I understand.
I mean,
Is there's a buyback on
But
that?
he says
It's a
there's
lease
no problem
vehicle.
with it.
we can either buy it at what's left, which is probably very little right now. And then if they refuse, put it out somewhere. Otherwise, the plan, the original plan was, there's not a use in early, let them sell it, and then let them cash back, get this pretty decent around those things.
Well, it'd be worth looking at, buying it and keeping it. 3 or 4 years. It hadn't been any problem.
No, not yet.
And the only reason I'm saying that, I mean, it'd be, trading it would be with that $25,000 upbid every time you do that. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, I'm with y'all.
It ain't, it ain't giving no trouble unless you don't mind just driving another year or so and
I'm
go
good.
from there. I mean,
I'm good with
if it ain't broke, don't fix it, 'cause some of these new stuff gets broke.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with y'all.
And then we need to get rid of it.
The only reason I put it in there is because it was a lease and
Yeah, lease was running
I
out.
understand,
so,
but I just,
I soon just buy it and then let it keep driving it. Be my
it
thoughts.
saves that 20 grand for another year.
Oh, can it?
Okay,
Okay.
that's even better.
That's even better.
I think that's.
Just keep driving it then.
Keep driving.
Yeah.
You know, they looking at $100,000 just for them four, for them new shirt.
Minimum.
That's just up
Minimum, yeah.
so with that being said, can I just put like 1,000 in the capital or non-capital or whatever, just in case I need like maintenance?
Your repair and
Oh,
maintenance, yeah.
I know I
Put it
got
in
maintenance,
there.
but I already had to put a set of tires on it
Yeah,
this year.
put some in repair and maintenance.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, up that to,
Yeah. That would be mine.
make that 1,800, 3,000.
Yeah, that'd be cool. That way, you got a safety net there.
I'm good with that. Yeah, it's still a really good car. And
And I don't know the availability on getting a Tahoe again, so.
yeah,
and getting it up with it. Maybe a year for that.
In my nerdy capacity of watching other local governments, I know the city last night just rescinded a bid on a Tahoe that Bruners thought they could get for them, and they couldn't get the police package, and then had to go with somebody out of state to even find them. So, okay, what else?
other than that, we're,
Are you? No. He had to get a vest in last year?
yeah, last year.
You don't need that?
I don't-
Is the
I'm-
camera in your
Yeah,
car good?
I still have that in this year, so I'll go ahead and buy that.
Okay.
And put it in, because I was kind of waiting until
See what-
we were gonna do with the car.
Understand?
Other than that, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Next.
$50,000 in 5 years. Be just fine sitting in the shop.
I'm not asking for anything.
Yeah.
He's pretty tight. Need a new printer or anything?
No.
All's,
If I do,
we'll figure it out.
we'll get one from somebody and use it anymore or something.
Why are you wasting our time? We're gonna hear the same thing.
I know.
That's like-
Yeah, I don't,
Shoes after boots on.
Nothing?
Sandals. Keep it.
not,
All's good?
all's good.
I appreciate you.
Yeah. Any questions?
Any,
Yeah. And that's it. I probably won't even need that next year. I'm good for 2 more years before because we're at the end, we're about to end this TCO training cycle.
Supplies are good. Do you think we need to bump that at all with more? I mean, you're not there, but not far.
No, it's, I stocked up at the beginning of the year, so I don't need anything else. All right,
You're the man. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
all right, thank you.
Keep an eye on the neighborhood.
Yeah.
I felt sorry for him, he come in here ducking and he's got the gun.
Right now, we're scheduled for a break, but obviously, Constable Shipper was scheduled to go at 11:30, so we're running an hour and 5 minutes ahead of time. Jump, yeah. Did we finish everybody of us yesterday? Okay. Next is pretrial county attorney Chris Brooks and AgriLife, if any of them want to hustle over.
Monty's right next door, probably. I haven't seen him. He's pretty close.
Putting bows on, or not putting bows on, because we won't put bows on it for a while. Back on any of the discussions we've had this week. Any ideas, solutions, things for me to incorporate in the budget so it's separate? This is, we will probably have more, but this is our last scheduled one before Kent and I really dig in hard on putting this into a final product for y'all then to
R&D.
chew on,
We
so.
spoke about the youth probation office that we're gonna have to do something about, you know, the lot that we own right there behind the new annex. That would be a great spot to put, and maybe have the storage in one end of it.
Not building storage.
Buildings on
You know, we was talking about storage.
office on the other end of it and use it, utilize it for youth probation. I mean, or maybe,
It's possible,
Be better for something else.
but one of my worries is that,
get blocked in.
well, building something because we need it, but we have a bigger plan, we have a different plan.
We got to buy something this
It's
way.
always gonna have to have parking.
And
You limit that lot for parking.
No,
As far as building something on that lot.
well, no, and it may need more parking, you know, I don't know. The best thing in Brandon's scenario, the best thing that could happen is we build a new justice center, the people move out of there, this is Brandon's idea, we put the new 2 JPs and constables over there. Juvenile probation can go where adult probation is, it's set up for that type of thing. We'd have to build a dummy wall there because you have to have a certain entrance, but it's already got an entrance. You could build a dummy wall there between Chili's office to where that is, so they've got bathrooms, they can take do all their testing and stuff in. And then that solves a huge problem, but that is a big project. On the juvenile, I've looked for other possible rental stuff, solutions that might be better. I have not found them yet. But that's my worry with,
Yeah, you don't
With-
get locked into having,
is to build something over there and then, I don't know that that's, because I agree we need to also be formalized into, hopefully, we'd be the only ones that want it, I don't know, but I know that house in the corner there is not gonna sell till something happens to them, which is perfectly fine with us, but eventually, I think we should look at that, like, we need to be ready to buy that, and we own that whole block,
Cam's leasing those parties.
which I don't know what we do.
No,
That's where we gotta kinda sit down and we need to just,
we looked at this 3 or 4 years ago. Well, we talked to the city about shutting that street down, building that justice center tied to this you know, on to that block belongs to. And the senior citizens have moved out, so we've got more parking.
What would be the possibilities of buying this block? See, here,
Yes,
with
senior
some villas and
citizens.
stuff.
They already sold that front part. So we can't own the whole block, and then,
What do you mean, front?
well, they don't, so they sold, none of the buildings that are on that block, they own anymore. There's one owner for the one on the end, and then the rest was bought by somebody that's planning on doing something. But they kept the parking, so they literally just sold like the building outline of it all the way down. That's a, maybe that's a possibility to do that. I don't know what our construction costs, you know, just looking at what the different scenarios for doing that, or find something. There's arguments both ways about keeping it closer, and there's arguments about justice centers recently being closer to your jail for transportation and security type reasons.
Yeah, we had a chance to buy that stuff in farmland. You know, the tower was the thing that kind of held that whole thing up.
I wish that tower could go.
I wish the tower could go too, but it doesn't. And maybe we could look at a different point, maybe we could look at relocating it somewhere onto property that we own there that would be out of the dead center of some of that. There's no easy answer on this, but we gotta start figuring it out, because I think it's gonna take us a while to agree on a,
And just after we get a plan, get the property, it takes a while to get anything
it's
done.
gonna take us a while to get come to an agreement on a plan as a court, and I think and then it's gonna take a while, so.
Yeah, and, you know, down here by the courthouse, seems to me to be logical, but you're trapped just about everywhere you go. Something you can't get your hands on, get a big enough spot.
Okay.
And even out there,
I have looked at, so basically you're dealing with three owners, sorry, Lonnie. You're dealing with about four property owners. One's in the Parham estate, and then one, I think, is a daughter from there, and then the Colliers have two places and then one. So if we were to buy that frontage portion of Glenrose to do something, you know, if we could buy, we'd have to move where Tino and them were, but if we could buy those two properties even between there that went that direction, that might be something.
I thought about that.
we own those merchants, the central, right, we own that one.
Yes.
Yes, we own that. But no, buying that.
So going to the right side of it might be a possibility.
Two to deal with there.
Yeah. I don't
But it
know.
doesn't matter what you do, it's gonna be wrong for some,
Well,
and right for some, you know.
and at the end of the day, I just want, the way I look at this is we're gonna have to do something, because we've gotta add the JPs and the constables. We need to do something with adult probation. When they have court over there, it's, I mean, they're weak. DA Nash is about as conservative as it comes on. There's nowhere else for him to, as anything grows, there's nowhere for anybody to go. They got an office over there with, I think, 3 people in one of the offices over there. So we gotta figure that out. And that is just time, and I would like to set us up where we're we make a good decision, like, I feel like they did. If you get 40, 50 years out of something,
Now, and it's still usable, you know.
very much, and would probably immediately reuse every bit of it. But we might have some space if we ever, if AgriLife needed to expand, there might be something there if the financial aspects of the county needed to expand. There's nowhere in here to go either.
Is there any regulations that the JP court and JP has to be in the precinct or whatever?
So I'm still trying to
I was thinking
get,
once upon a time, maybe that come up on us, so we was talking about something, and they said it'd have to be they've got to be in the precinct, so I don't know.
it can, but I think we can run our lines,
You'd have to redo the line.
redo our lines that they'd run right through that building. Because, and I'm going to tour, and I'm gonna talk to Brown County, because Brown County has multiple JPs all in one office there.
I was just curious, because I thought that came up before when we talked about that.
You wanna talk about a no-win situation of where you're putting, this is a JP one, I think this is in one, that building is in
I
one.
just come up the Long Street. I don't know who has this. My precinct just comes up the Long Street as far as I come up.
Well,
You have to touch the courthouse here somewhere.
yeah, I think it
I
does.
thought all four
I
of them
think
had
it
touched the
does.
courthouse.
I think that's in one, because
That may be the two, though, it's not touch courthouse, too.
Doesn't.
We're close.
We don't need,
I do.
Thank God.
Courthouse area, and they kind of designated that as courthouse.
Okay, gotcha. So let's say it's one, where are you gonna put precinct 3 or precinct 4? When the majority of your population is probably right here in Stephenville, even though there is people, are you gonna make a majority of your population drive to
That's silly.
Bluffdale, or make the majority of the population drive to Huckabee? Which would be convenient for some and really inconvenient for others, but also causes us a problem like we have it too. You know, they're out there on an island, so the security of that situation isn't the best either. That's why, if we could group them together, and I don't know how it'd work, and that's why we're gonna go tour Brown. I don't know if share some
At least
resources.
it's shared
The
security and
court-
resources and stuff
When
like
courtrooms
that.
aren't,
Be combined.
courtrooms and all the stuff that goes into that is not cheap either.
When you go do that, I'd have to go.
Okay. Yeah.
I wanna go eat it on the woods.
Well, that's why I
That's why I wanna go with you.
All right.
That's the reason I wanna go with you.
We'll
Lonnie,
make
you
a,
wanna go?
we'll make a posting of a possible forum for a tour of the Brown County facilities.
I'm sorry.
All right.
This boy thanks for his stomach.
I'm sorry. I can't.
You know what? I haven't eaten today either, and I thought about a muffin again, but I didn't have time.
See there?
Sherman sneaks out and gets them.
I ain't today.
Yes, sir. What you got for
I'm not
us?
asking for a new building before we start.
You're not?
We're good.
Okay, good. Might need one.
No, again, as we always say, we greatly appreciate everything y'all do, and y'all are the reason and the funding we get helps with the successes we've had throughout the year. Also, for me personally, I want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to go to Montana. I was in a lot of meetings and sounded like that was a place for vacation, but it ended up not being vacation, it was more business. But I did get to go up to the Beartooth Highway and got to the top, was able to get a handful of snow. So while y'all were hot down here,
You weren't?
I wasn't hot during that time. But I think it was still in the 80s here, so that was all okay. And I also want to say that what's this Friday, isn't it? No, it's next Friday. Next Friday, I'll be down in Austin. I'm receiving a Superior Service Award, which is one of the highest awards you can win in extension, so. They're gonna be giving them at the state capitol this year, someplace different. I'm not sure about going to the state capitol. I think Abbott's called a deal down there, so I don't know, it may all get changed before it's all over with, but anyhow.
Did you ask them if they could just mail it to you?
Well, they strongly encourage us to come. I agree with you, I don't like being in Austin, Texas, but.
I'd have to do more than that.
Congratulations, that's awesome.
Thank you, thank you. As most of our budget, we pretty well left everything the same. The only thing that we did change, I added another $2,000 to the livestock show budget. Again, we never know, on these stock shows are all kind of on top of each other this upcoming year. That'll change next year. So Thomas may be doing a lot of traveling between San Antonio, San Angelo, wherever he's traveling, so there could be some added expense. So to make sure that we covered that part of it, I added to that. Like I say, everything else is still the same from last year. I did talk to, about a new vehicle, about a 8-passenger Traverse. Would be a little more handy, as Thomas is hauling a lot of livestock judgers and different types of kids that are competing in different contests, and that would be handy to have that. I know we do have the van, but it's a little bit light. If you're driving down the road and there's a 50-mile-an-hour wind, it'll move you around.
So we would
So
get rid of that, the smaller one, and replace it.
actually, and I thought, I don't know who he's talking to, other than me.
He's mentioned it to me, but we hadn't talked in
Yes,
detail.
yes.
The van may be used, but it's a little van for running around town and stuff. What he's telling us is that you get out on the highway, it's about the size of one of those little key cars, and the facilities, cleaning lanes. Because right now we're sitting here with the trash in the back of the truck, that the tailgate's being knocked up, just about. Maybe get rid of that one.
They can utilize that.
Van for around town stuff, and hauling supplies, and brooms, and cooking stuff. These wouldn't change much. I highlighted, but that was the thought, so Lonnie's come up a couple of times and said, the van's just not useful. A lot of times they have 3 or 4 people. And that van, if you looked at it, has 2 seats in the front, 2 in the back end, and there's no space behind it for storage. So if you put the seat up,
It's helpful, and he's been using the 8-passenger Traverse from the research center. Of course, we pay mileage on that, but it's worked real well for him, and so we see the benefit of that.
so that would be the option, turn the van back or keep it here and get rid of it.
Keep it and utilize it.
It'd be good for here for a long time.
As long as you keep gas in it, it's good.
Do I?
As long as you keep gas in it, it's good.
No, that's right. That's right.
I don't mind that plan. We can get rid of this Ford truck. It's about to get rid of itself.
It probably is, so I mean, I don't even know the year model on it, but the tailgate's from 1983.
I had them take the tailgate off one day and try to get it painted just so it looks so bad. And it stayed off for about 3 months and came back just like it was. And
I had that same conversation. Okay, well, I, quite frankly, if our kids are in a safer vehicle when they're traveling and this stuff, that's important to me.
Sure.
It's a lot of miles, a lot of highway miles. I want them in, you know, you never know what can happen, but I'd
It's a
rather
great
be-
thought, great gas mileage in that thing, but like I say,
I'd rather pay more for a safer environment for the kids. You hear about tragedy and things like that all the time. I don't want that to ever be the case.
there's not
So-
a lot of difference in prices. They're both inexpensive. That's a lot more on the Traverse than I think it is, but I don't think it's gonna change much. We would look at the rest of that lease over to the facilities.
How does our insurance work on something like that with those kids in there? Something did happen, I mean, what,
It's supposed to cover all the passengers and all that, if we're, especially since the county, it doesn't cover. Except it's
Right.
kids and it's, if you want to have it run somewhere, that kind of thing, it's not gonna happen.
Right,
It's
right.
County events.
right.
what's the,
And whenever our kids enroll, they are covered. There is an insurance policy. It's not much, but I know in other years, whenever it has been used, it's always been enough to maybe pay for the ambulance ride or something like that. It's not great insurance, but there is some insurance on the kids.
For sanctioned county events.
Yes.
just a thought, this day. and
No,
age.
that's a good thought.
I know, and it's gonna go, you're gonna see a little more because we're fixing to go to all our state meetings, so you're fixing to see all the hotel
So it's
bills,
in the back
and the
end
registration,
portion
and
of it.
it's gonna go up more, and honestly, I left it some whenever I took on this other position with the vice director deal, with the national deal, I didn't know. So right now, that's why it's a little high. I know it's just a line item, but it's, I know it's way under right now, and I think there for a while, we may use some wrong coding, so we'll make sure and get that corrected, so.
Down into the program. It took us a couple of years to get the programming livestock shows and all that straightened out.
Yes, and it's very handy, very easy to follow right now.
Mileage reimbursement, are we gonna, are y'all gonna do anything personal anymore?
A little bit, because I, just like what you were talking about earlier, like I'm going to my state meeting. We'll probably take mine, just so if my wife wants to go somewhere, she can take care of that problem, so,
Those are the only two.
yeah,
Well, three, I'm sorry.
yeah.
Non-GAAP, printers, computers.
Yes, that's all any, yeah, technology type stuff, just in case, you know, you always say, everyone, hopefully we don't have a computer bomb, but you might, so that's why that's on there.
But, so what we're generally doing in that is if you've got a need that you know about, we're putting it in there. If not, we've got it in our contingency aspect where you can come and say, hey, my computer went out or something, and then we would just pull it and put it in there.
Okay.
But because we're trying to keep that as clean as possible. If there's not something you've got specifically in charge, we'll take that out.
Okay.
You will have access if a computer, so I just don't want you to think, if my computer goes out, don't sit in there for a month thinking I can't replace it, I don't have it. We have it in there, we're just trying for that number to be exactly what people are planning to buy. If you needed new computers or laptops or furniture, this.
And typically, we rotate it out because we have 5 computers in our office, and usually about the life of a computer is around that 5 years. They're trying to tell us now 3, but I still think it's around 5. We usually try to get 1 new computer
Every year,
every year to kind of
so
keep.
maybe we keep, yeah,
Okay.
and if it's not enough,
Sure.
we can
Well,
adjust
usually
it.
with the cost share, we could get it cheaper than that. It's been around that 800-900, so.
Okay. Any questions? Y'all do amazing work. I don't know how many state, national recognized kiddos and that y'all developed, culture, and hauled
Just have
around,
good
but it's
kids
a
in
lot.
Erath County.
Yeah. So, it's
Good
awesome.
kids, you gotta have a place to go, you know?
Well,
Thank y'all for doing what you do.
thank you.
All right, sir.
Pretty simple.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So who are we missing on here? We're missing JP1 and elections. So with those, because with those, when they get back, I will, maybe I'll meet with them, or they've turned in their sheets already. But if you have individual questions on their sheets, we'll put it in here. I don't think most of it changed. There's not a lot of changes.
Elections, back to the 5 days.
Well, but we put that in here. I can kind of go through her request. Looked like we supplies, she went from 5 to 15.
Hot seat.
You're on the hot seat, get up there.
See if we can make this shorter than last year.
So maybe when she gets back, we can just have her come over and we can go through that, and then we'll bring that. And in every commissioners court meeting from now till we do this, we'll probably have a section in there that says budget discussion workshop, so that as questions come and things come, we've got it on our agenda that we can have the discussion about it. I know yours is complicated.
Right. Got a lot to go over.
You got a lot to go over. Anything changing, any maneuvers, anything you need?
Not right now.
So on the equipment, on capital, that was to buy you a computer last
A
year?
new computer, yes.
Do you need anything like that for this year? If you don't, we'll put 0 in there, but if something breaks or there's an issue like that, let us know. We can then move it from contingency into there.
Okay.
We're just trying to make sure that that is lined up with a known expense somebody had.
That would be great. So do I.
Is the telephone supposed to be 4,200? No. Okay. Okay.
Leave that, I thought.
Just saved us some money there. Boom.
3,600 bucks?
We just saved. Supplies are good with everything?
Yes.
Okay.
Even with the cost of things, just inflation in general, I still need very few. Printer ink is the biggest cost, but
Right.
That should be sufficient for next year also.
Okay. Just want to make sure you have what you need. I don't, the general public probably doesn't know what you do. And I'm not going to speak for the commissioner. I know what you do, and it is a massive help to our county to ensure that we get people in and out of the jail and take care of the business and get them through the process. It saves us money. It saves us money with what you do. And I appreciate it. Appreciate how on top of it you are and where we're at. So,
Thank you. Happy to be here.
yep. We're happy you're here. Any questions? Ms. Mays? Going once, going twice? Thanks for walking over.
I'm out of here.
Appreciate it.
Y'all have a good day. Thank you.
Judge Thompson has never wanted to add a vehicle to pretrial because of previous experience with people with pretrial. So we've talked about it again this year. It is a possibility maybe next year where if we did do something with somebody, one of the old police, something that's lower mileage, whatever, like we did with the DA, because she does go to the jail multiple times a day. That would give her something and she could be outfitted to do it. But she reports to Judge Thompson, and that's, yeah.
Where does the money come from for the government tracker? What does that come from?
It's in community service, it's that department, and it's 30,000.
We used to,
Worth every penny.
we used to get a report, what he got.
They-
It's always the same report every time he sent one, it was just the same one he sent.
I think I get it sent to my office if you want. They give it to you
It
also.
does work.
It's the same thing.
So is that, and I don't really know about,
I just was curious, I didn't know, because at one time it was still advertised.
was it?
A long time ago when we
Hey,
first
it's in our communities. It's one of the 4 things in communities. And I'm guessing that's just a contract price.
contract.
Yeah, he gets, most of his money comes from the state, but we just do a bit of a.
We're the pass through to go through it.
It's the same, I think.
Our said, I just need to speak to our guy when we get reports every once in a while. I just think,
You haven't got reports? I'll see.
I mean, not that I really care.
Did we get reports from the local trapper, or what, or the sheriff's office does? I don't know. I got something, I've gotten something recently that I've seen from the Texas Wildlife Commission, and I have hands in the air. I get so many reports and emails that I don't even, I go through them and I look at them, but I don't know what a lot of them even mean, because there's just so many of them. It's mandatory they send notice to my office. So we can figure that out, though.
The county does, we do put some money in.
36,000.
He's got some amazing equipment now, you know.
He's got a drone with a thermal on it, he'll go out and find the pigs, and wherever he's sitting, he'll get behind the pigs with that drone, go right to it.
He can hurt them, yeah. 38.
38, so it's a little,
He's,
Drives them to him with that.
he's losing the battle, but.
Oh, yeah.
well, yeah.
He's putting, I don't know if he's putting a dent in it, but he ain't hurting them none, I mean, he ain't helping them none, rather.
He kills,
He
kills lots of pigs,
ton
but
of pigs.
he's losing the battle.
Golly, unreal.
Or he's losing the war, he wins the battle every time.
I mean, I've walked out of my, well, this has been a long time ago. Before I lived here, I stayed at my dad's house. I walked out one morning about 6:15 in the front horse pasture there, right on 1188, and there was no less than 100, and maybe 200 hogs in the front yard, and they heard me shut that door and come out, and it was the train through the fence, across the road into that brush area, across the thing. Little to big to everything, and I'm like, there ain't no way you're ever winning this war. All right, we
He
have,
ain't gonna work himself out of a job.
even if he works hard.
Yeah.
He does work hard at it, several nights a week, they're not.
We got county attorney and Brooks left. Have we heard from either of them?
Bethany has a meeting with the officers, versus Dublin.
So-
What time do you want me to come?
It's nearly 11. Do y'all want to recess for an hour for lunch, or an hour and a half, or what do we want to do? What's the pleasure of the court?
That works for me, I got 2 or 3 calls.
We want to recess have them back here at 12:30? Knock out the other 2 and then wrap a bow on. Y'all can still think about what y'all need to direct me to do for road and bridge.
I've thought about this a little bit, but I think putting on another mechanic in the barn out there, and having 4 mechanics designated for every morning for each precinct, we've got something broke every morning.
What it does for me, we don't have any more space in our shop to house another vehicle, house another guy. We have to park all our stuff outside already. I think you'd be better off housing them out of your office, or out of the Albert's office, because.
Well, it doesn't matter where we house them at.
Yeah.
I don't have a place to park pickup inside the shop, so we can make
Whenever she's not
we keep our patcher inside all the time.
Yeah.
But still just using it out of the maintenance barn, just like we've been doing. And having a mechanic for each one of us.
I think
And I'm sure Albert's got room to house one over there.
I think that's gonna get into how do you distribute the money into the main one, so that's what I need. I honestly don't care how we figure it out, but we gotta, cause y'all are the end users, but for me, or are you transferring all the same amount of money into it? How we're budgeting it is the thing that Kent and I need to know and understand. You know what I mean? Because if we add another mechanic to it, your transfer in is gonna be more.
That's right.
Or do you divide it out, break it out to each one of you, like we talked about?
Break it out to each
Break
one.
it out to each one, and then we need to kind of understand what's gonna stay in that shared one, because there's gonna be something, some shared equipment, there's gonna have to be something that stays, I would think. Tell me, I'm just thinking budget, I'm not your process, there's gonna have to be something that stays in that road and bridge fund of where we go there, so then we know how much to transfer in, transfer out, we got a budget, you know, everybody has their mechanic, so everything with them goes into your no, it's all, it goes into your precinct budget.
That's my big deal.
They
That's where
direct
you got to
quarterly
report
to
it.
each one of you.
That way, if there is a problem, it's mine, it's my problem.
And then I need y'all, we're gonna talk about, we'll have some meetings where we talk about salaries and stuff, so y'all need to think about that, and what that's gonna look like going through. And I know that's not an easy conversation, so I understand, so be thinking about that. But let's do this, let's break now, let's be back at 12:30. Emergency management will be here at 12:30. Ms. Espinoza has a meeting till 1. I think emergency management, communications, all that stuff's gonna take at least 30 minutes. So then we'll move into her, and then we can finish up any other discussions we need to have so that we feel good that we're gonna create a budget that y'all want. And so, but I just want to reiterate, this is, we will have more meetings, we talk about this, but now it's the easiest time for me and Kent to make changes. So I wore my boots again today, so let's stomp the toes and get it all out. Anything we think about, now is the time. It makes it so much easier, because we'll have true and accurate representation of what we're putting in there than saying, oh, what about if we did this, and we have to maneuver and change. So enjoy your lunch. We will recess till 12:30.
It's the division. It's gonna cost to operate the shop after this.
Yeah.
enough away from that, they can't hear me anyway.
I know, believe me, they tell me.
I can't hear what he's saying.
Bunch of mumblers up there.
You just tell him, that you'll be able to hear him if he's mad.
We will be back from recess at 12:33. To continue on, I think we have Mr. Brooks, Mr. Elston here, so we'll start with the fire portion of Chris's 6 budgets that we're going to go through.
Howdy.
Yep.
Good afternoon.
So you have, okay, so what the only changes that I have made on here is 010 543 4150 to go from, right, okay. Okay. So from 5,000 to 7,000, and then in my notes, did everybody get the notes that I sent in as well, or no? Okay.
I don't think so.
That's just a increase of the guys that we got going to fire schools and stuff like that. We're getting a lot of younger guys that are pretty eager and wanting to go and do and all that. So, the next one was mileage reimbursement that I'd changed on here, and I actually dropped it from 2,000 to 0. With the vehicles that we have, I don't feel like there's any reason for the county to give us any mileage reimbursement. There's no reason that someone should be taking a personal vehicle from fire anywhere and back. Does that make sense? I just don't think that fluff needs to be there. If y'all are all right with that. You come down to 4782, from 234 350 to 247. The percentage number was actually like 246 750 or something like that. I'm trying to keep it clean. I went 247. That's to raise the guys that work during the day. The last time that we raised that was to add the third person, which was 2 years ago. The last raise for everyone across the board was 3 years ago. So does that make sense? See, it is 5%, yeah, and that's not providing them 5%, because we do our own payroll tax and all that stuff. So I think we figured 3, right? 3.5% to the employees, and then hold back the rest of it for all payroll taxes and all that other stuff. Yes, sir. And myself. Yeah. So then you get down to the tough one. I hate doing this every time. I have a truck in here every year because they're all a year older every year. So we talked last year about the rescue truck and that it was overweight and all of that. Kent, we talked about the money that was in capital. One of them's buildings, the other one is stuff. $800,000 was put into, do you remember what I'm talking about? And that if we came upon a good deal, that 800 was there. If not, and the 800 stood, that the 800 would grow this year, because that's something that would stay. It's a different line. It's capital improvements. It was capital improvements, and it was right under capital improvements. I mean, in a completely different budget, not fire budget. Yeah. Okay. So that's, I truthfully tell you that I have not really even been looking because, I mean, if a good deal's out there, everybody's gonna know about it real quick, but, also too, I wanna get the right thing, and the conversation that we had afterwards was, you know, if we could stretch it and wait and grow that account to have a little bit more money to deal with. Yeah.
Basically, you said, you don't lose county benefits.
Yep.
But you can spend it, put it in, and use it. But the money still can be reserved to the side. So get away from that area, don't use it, you'll lose it. So the money that they're drawing, guy, it's reserved. So
And multiple times I had conversations with the sheriff's office and told him that they could not use anything out of that account. I hope they're listening. The other thing I had on non-capital was some pagers. When we transition into the new radio system, there is a pager that works on both VHF and 700. I've purchased a few of those already, and we've been tweaking on the program and trying to make sure that we've got everything correct for VHF and 700, so that once we do go live, or even prior to, if the other fire departments or EMS departments or whatever purchase them as well, that we can push that programming out to them, and they don't have to wait on us or somebody else to come in and do that programming. So
What do you use the pagers for?
I mean, the one thing is they have it's called an enhanced charger, and you can buy it with a port that will turn on or off, well, the lights in this room. When it goes on, it goes off, then it'll alert the lights to come on, or you can have it audio transferred through a speaker system. Like in my station, I have that alerting system that's not been working for the last 2 years, but I didn't want to spend $30,000 on another system like that when we got a radio in the other room. If I can spend $1,600 and make my speaker system work, then that's where I was aiming when I started this. But then as I'm programming them and all that, and the guys saw what that was, they were very interested and wanted to have those as well. So they're really thick and not really conducive for hauling around on your hip, but I'm sure some of them will. But that's, I mean, does anybody have any questions about any of that?
Let them rip.
That bottom number scares me
What,
really bad.
is that, you said a rescue truck, what are you talking about there, like a?
So, I would prefer something that matched our engine, that we could go maybe even a little heavier, with a lot more. There's been a whole lot of discussion back and forth, and the more people you ask, the different opinions you're gonna get. But the way we work with all the other departments, like a true dedicated rescue truck may not even have a water on it. And the money that you would save on a pump and tank and all that, you know, we may get closer to 800,000 or 900,000-ish, to where some of them are, you know, punching $1 million, $1.2 million, but But then there's a discussion too about four-wheel drive and getting way down in pastures and creeks and,
Sometimes that's where the vehicle ends up.
yeah,
Way
So-
down the pasture, down the creek.
yeah. If we do that, to go with like a custom cab, something that'll match our engine but go four-wheel drive, I think that's gonna blow us way out on money, so, like a commercial
I'm not as much
style.
on matches now and getting the job done. So, but
Sir,
I'm not as much on matching your engine as I am getting the job done,
Yeah.
you know?
no, I mean, yeah.
Just an overall thought I have, not contingent to this, but I received another phone call yesterday about the growth and development. Now, we're starting to see a lot, or we're about to see more commercial development in the county. You're getting, I got a phone call about it yesterday that's, I think, a fairly significant commercial development, but they're gonna be in the county. So we're gonna have more complex things that fall just strictly in our jurisdiction. Now everybody's working together, I understand how that works. I just wanna ensure that we're ready for that. Especially if we know we're taking a year, 2 years, every time we're adding something. We gotta know that's coming, because most of the housing growth in Erath County is in unincorporated areas. It may turn to where most of or a lot of the commercial building and stuff like that is in unincorporated areas too. So, something to be planning and thinking about as a court for fire and first responders, all the departments. So, and I have something else I want to talk about, but we can talk about the changes we've made, because I'm sure there's questions, or at least proposed here.
Just the pagers, non-cap on the pagers. You still don't get you get alerts on your phones, don't you?
Yeah.
Pretty well wherever I go to bed, my pager. My phone.
I mean, we've still got a very few handful of guys that do still wear pagers. But that other system, turning lights on and all that, I think is.
You wouldn't, I mean, are you talking about each individual fireman put it in his house, turn lights on and stuff? Is that what?
No.
Because you'd only need one, like at the station out there, you wouldn't need 47 of them, you only need one.
Well, that's not 47.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. That's 10.
That's what I'm saying, though, is,
I mean, we've got 40 guys total between the guys that work during the day and the volunteers. We got like 43, and that's 10 pagers. So I'm not asking for 100, you know what I mean? So.
the only other thing I see in that scoop right down is this, and really, it's in his budget, but it really, it's that 160 for the interlocal. You was talking about growth out in the county and everything.
That was what I was gonna
You're
bring
gonna
up.
bump that up.
I would like for us to consider bumping that up. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's basically 12,000 a year to each one of the departments. Probably doesn't cover, except like six, it's a really weird number. It's like 66. It's a lot of sixes, so maybe we could add a little something there.
It's 80-something thousand a year.
80-something thousand a year to them,
80, is it 80,000 or something like that? Yeah.
to Dublin.
Dublin gets 80.
Yeah, that's what I thought, it's 80.
Yeah, some getting 3,000, not 60.
Those are outside the county.
Outside the county.
3,000.
County, 12,000,
That's in county.
so 160.
Outside the county as well, Proctor used to get that, and when fees changed or whatever, Proctor didn't get added back in. Huh? I don't know if that's a consideration, I mean, but every time we've ever called them to wherever, even Big L, they were all over it, so.
I don't know if that went back to them not getting the paperwork back, because I think that was a problem with Gordon.
No, I know last year before last.
You had to run one somewhere, didn't you?
They come into the county, but Leon didn't want it. I think we talked.
From who?
Leon said, no, that, you know, they come, they were needed. You know.
So, Gordon has never cashed their check. We have multiple checks where we've written it and they've never cashed it, so. I don't really know who's the liaison for that.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
But that's definitely something I wanted to look at for what our contribution, because it is, the growth everywhere, and you can only sell so many delicious pies, and I've bought lots of them, or lottery tickets to or raffle tickets to everything I never win, because I'm not sure D turns them in, but.
Money.
You don't ever buy them once.
All you gotta do is ask me, I can't.
He's never said no.
Here, give me 100.
There you go. I'll give it to you when it's done. If I'm ever asked, I give it, but I think we need to look at that for sure, because they're dealing with the same things we're dealing with, guys. They're dealing with insurance and part repairs and fuel. Their trucks cost, you know, sometimes they're not buying new, but they're expensive. So I don't know what that number needs to be, but again, I go back to what my core values of government is to protect people and take care of the roads. And so this is one of those protecting people. And if we can take a little bit of the burden off of asking our taxpayers to then buy, you know, I don't know that covers the insurance from some of the stuff that I've talked to some of the departments. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, I think I was in a conversation with Bluffdale where their insurance is more than what we, good Lord, what we contribute. So every penny we get there is going to a good use of what I think taxpayer money should go to. So I don't know what that number needs to be, and I'm open to ideas, but I would like to see that increase, so.
I don't know if that's enough, 200, I just don't have a number to say, you got 6 to 12, you got 42, 5 to 3, you put one down.
It's worth to me, it's worth every penny.
Well, that's the beauty of what we're blessed with around here. We get a fire, well, there 3 or 4 departments show up on it.
They want to.
And you get it knocked out while it's little. When you let a fire get big, you can't contain it. And you get on them while they're small and get control of them while they're little. We very seldom have anything get very big because we have so many volunteer departments. People get there.
And everybody's got a
Truly blessed.
All that, and we're blessed to have people.
We are.
You won't hear no grumblings from me. We run with every one of the departments, and then we beg for the ones outside, so.
More the merrier.
Yeah,
I'd rather have too many than not enough.
every time.
Go home. A lot quicker when you spend a month out there and burn the world, you know.
Thoughts?
I'm glad to. Y'all two, great.
Been there.
You know what you have,
Been there.
both know what you need.
We're a little different. I mean,
But y'all both know what you
we
need.
work, I mean, we have fundraisers and our people take care of us. I mean,
I understand that,
And I don't think there's a fire, I think I can speak for most fire departments.
Of course, we can always use more, you know, we could do things.
no.
I mean, another one of them.
But if we can, but if we can help take some of the burden off of, I mean, again, I see it as we're asking, this is money we're collecting from taxpayers that we can put into a service that will directly benefit them. Hopefully it doesn't, but, you know, when the time comes, it would directly benefit them. And to me, that's a good use, no matter where we end up being. So, you know, what is it if we just, but I don't know, if we went to, you're only, if you doubled it, you went from 1,000 a month to 2,000 a month, and you went from, what is the 300, if you went to that, what would that cost us? 12 times 6, and that would be a significant amount. 142?
Plus 15 for the other three, other five, brother.
Well, 72 for the 6 to get it. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got 5.
And if you're gonna add Proctor back in.
87. So if everybody that's listed up there besides Dublin, which we would, I don't,
Toller's not listed up there either. And I mean, I don't know how many times.
There was something about that.
There was, that's why I said that, but I remember that there was something to do with Toller.
does our neighbors, does like Hood County or any of that pay to
No, as far as I know, nobody pays any.
Bluffdale or, you know?
I don't think so.
I don't, not that
I'm assuming Comanche or that doesn't pay to Lingleville or.
No.
I think we're the only one
the only ones
around
I
that
think
pays outside.
As far as I know.
Well, and maybe we keep those the same, but add those others in, because it's
And I think.
well
that's what-
more than anybody, but we take care of the ones that are in here, and we could,
And I think that's what Proctor did, because, you know, Dublin responds to them nearly every call. And I think that's what they said, was Dublin's coming to us, so we're coming to them, so this is, I'm pretty sure that's what Devion said.
So Russell asked me about it, is the reason I brought it up is, he said they used to, and then they don't anymore, and just wondered why. Of course, their rumor was the same as everybody else, that I had a hand in that and didn't want them coming. I don't know where that comes from.
Usually us.
When I'm in trouble, I want everybody in the state, I don't care. Yeah.
I want everybody. And you know, when we had that fire, when the big hill fire was going on, we had the fire at Cranbrook.
yeah.
You know, we had fire trucks from the lake, Palisade Lake, volunteer fire departments, we had trucks coming, they're working.
Everybody
All
else
those trucks
was
was out here. You know, we had 3 blades out there running, and thank goodness the fire truck showed up.
Thoughts?
You two captains have the most
Yeah, but that's
relative experience of what you need.
We don't wanna pat our own pockets.
You know, he said something about, Bluffdale said something about the insurance. I know what our insurance was, because I paid it last.
How much is your insurance?
$12,358.
Okay, we'll give you
Like I said,
$358.
I just paid it last week, that's the reason I know it.
Sold.
That's been my question, is this help pay your fuel, pay your insurance?
Yeah, well,
If you don't, what, you know,
And we-
Help pay your insurance.
Not
and
to
your fuel.
mention, we just got a load of bunker gear in, but only like 6 sets of bunker gear for like $25,000. And it's, I mean, it varies a little bit vendor to vendor, but it's pretty well flat across the board, so, I mean, that's a straight wear item. The more calls that go on,
Well, I'll just throw it out here. I would like to keep the surrounding ones the same and see if we need to have conversations with the ones that help us. Proctor or whoever that is missing. And I would like to go to 2,000 a month for the other 6. And y'all can tell me that's stupid, or that's a good idea, or?
I don't think it's stupid at
No,
all.
I don't think it's stupid at all, and I mean,
Everything costs just unreal, everything you do.
like I said, if we didn't get anything, I don't think it's gonna change it.
Well, but that's,
Diesel pumping a motor's $20-something thousand, you know?
but that just goes back to my, why do we collect taxes? And for me, why do we collect taxes? And it's to protect people and do the roads. And if we're spending money on this, people can be upset about it, but I don't want to take advantage of our volunteers, and we're not, because they're doing it because they want to help. But if we can divert some of our taxes we collect to keep people's property safe, there's more roads, there's more cars on the road, there's more wrecks. You know, I know how many wrecks some people respond to. And we're,
Trailers going down the road.
and we're,
Going out too.
let's be honest, right now, we're dependent on volunteers.
Well, it's a whole
to
lot
do
cheaper
that.
to have volunteers than it is to have a pay.
No, I understand,
That's what I'm saying.
so the longer we can keep that sustainable and keep that burden down is advantageous in my opinion.
I don't know how it is in other counties really, but Erath County's always been real, lucky, I guess you could say that all the little communities have very supported their fire departments very well with those delicious pies and cakes that you talked about. That was awesome, and raised $56,000. It's awesome. They might raise $100, I don't think we're gonna raise $100 at the last one they had, but it's just been really good at that, which tax, it's really, they're paying their own tax when they do that, you know? I mean, that's basically what that is. It's just not forced on them for them, yeah. So, which is, it's awesome. And they've been, I mean, all our little rural fire departments, they've got good equipment now. Big grants, you know, for research and all that, and all that, but we still have to match and rate the farm, you know, matching funds they rate. Those communities stepped up.
We are, but we live in an awesome place.
Yes, sir.
For that aspect. But does anybody?
I have no objection to raising it up to $2,000. It's just a good business practice to support the ones that already support you. It's just good practice.
I just think about the conversation we've had with, not to get us on that subject again, but with our mechanics and the price of parts and the things we've had. They have, you know, they're going to respond to fires and they have something break down. It's blow a tire out on some of those things, you're looking at several $1,000s.
Cut the sidewall out of the tire, or both dual tires, gonna rock between them.
It ain't like you just start it, so we'll fix that later.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Okay, let's put that in there.
Easy for me to say.
Okay.
Done deal.
All right, back to you, and we need to talk about the truck. I'd assume, unless. Does, yeah, well, the computer, so 72,000 for the 6 departments. Who has a relationship with Proctor, if that's one we're concerned about, that we need to, or do we?
I do. I can handle it.
You wanna see, because we've got standardized contracts, we had them all do it, and we can go from there.
I know, I mean, I don't have to, that's talking about.
I've known Russell
I talk to him pretty often.
forever, yeah.
Yeah.
That's beneficial, and then could you get in contact with Gordon? That's not really good for us to have $6,000 worth of checks that are written or sitting out there. If they don't want it, they don't want it, that's fine, but if we're gonna write it, they need to. Oh, one outstanding, okay.
One outstanding.
What we did is I had Albert come in, he signed the form stating that it was a lost check, so they would reissue that check, and then they did deposit that. And this last time, when we did, checks and everything, that's the one that's still, that was lost over.
Arthur, you know Arthur, I don't know Arthur's last name, but I seem to get more done with Arthur than I do Albert. Yeah, Albert seems really busy all the time, and so I'll reach out.
Anything else for anything that fire has presented?
I mean, I know they cost a lot of money, but that's, maybe shouldn't say this, but that sounds rich. I mean, $935 for a rescue truck, what else you got on it? I mean, that's,
I mean, we hadn't even started to look at that
I mean,
because.
I hope that's way rich, but I mean, it may be, I know anything you put, whether it's golf or fishing or whatever it is, anything specialized, you put fire on it.
So in talking to Russell and all that, if that was the way we were gonna go, even a commercial cab, to have, Pierce, you know, bid one, so the engine that we bought was last year before last, was running at the end of the cycle when they were gonna do the price changes, and we paid us $794,000 for it.
That's for an engine, though.
That's for an engine.
It's just like everything else, it's just frustrating if that's the number, you know?
Yeah.
What's the advantage of having a, what do you call it, custom cab over a commercial cab or whatever? What's other than more?
The custom cabs are actually cheaper. They build them, the chassis and all that are pretty well the same. They're just a little bit cheaper, and you get a lot more room inside where you don't have like a big back seat and, you know, all that stuff. You can widen up the cab, put it over top of the front tires. Just preference.
So a custom cab is cheaper than a commercial cab?
Yes, sir.
I didn't know.
Yep.
I mean, we leave it in there, but I mean, I don't know what.
Did we actually pay for it, it was just designated?
Did I understand, maybe I misunderstood you was talking about, can't all that. Are y'all want one this year, or y'all want to just put money in there, so here in a year or two, you will have the money?
So
That's what I'm.
if I remember correctly, we had kind of set aside like 800,000 in case we found something that would work, that we could just purchase it like that.
Move into it.
With the conversation of, if we didn't spend that it would possibly, that 800,000 would possibly grow this coming budget. So I mean, does that answer your question?
When are you wanting the truck?
Yes, that's all. They say, you want me this year, or you want me this year, go ahead and
That was Albert's question.
That's my question.
The truck we have, the truck we have has been overloaded since day one. And it's having some mechanical stuff like everything else. So if I had to go ahead, that yes, I can move forward looking for, not necessarily looking for a $900,000 truck, looking for a truck that's gonna work for our county, then yeah, I would go for one after October. I'd start looking now, because
But if we give you 900,000, you're gonna look for a $900,000 truck.
It's not what I said.
500,000, you're gonna look for a $500,000.
Not what I said.
Is that not right? Is
You
that
you put whatever amount in there that you want. If it's not enough, then I'm gonna have to ask for more money.
Yes, and I understand that, but I mean, just what I was getting at, if we give you a bunch, you're gonna look for
No,
If
I just said,
start looking, right?
He won't do it.
Well, if they said that we got the possibility, could you in 2 months come up with what it costs per truck.
Well, I was at
Before the
the,
budget, before the end of this budget.
I was at the deal of a new engine costs $900,000. Are we looking for a new engine, or are we looking for a rescue truck? What
If we-
are we actually looking for?
So if it's got a pump and a tank, it's a midship pump, then the difference between an engine and a rescue truck would be compartment space, because you're still flowing the same amount of water. You're still able to hook up to, you know, tankers or hydrants or whatever, and still flow the same amount of water. So when we built our second tanker, we built it as a backup engine as well. So our main tanker also can be acted as an engine. Second tanker can act as an engine. So it's all wording. So if you go with a smaller pump like our brush trucks or whatever that are 500 GPM, you're gonna have a little bit tougher time, you know, pump an inch and a half, especially pumping 2 lines. You're not gonna pump 2 lines like that. So an engine is 1,500 gallons a minute. You pump 2-4 lines off of it, as long as you have water supply. And a bunch of those are built with that midship pump. So it just comes down to compartment space. So our brush trucks are all like 500 gallons of water. The engines are 1,500 is what we have now, what we had before. Our current rescue truck has 250 gallons. So it's very minimal water on a dedicated rescue truck anyway. But we have been first on with our current rescue truck and pumped an entire structure fire with that truck, because it's got the same pump that our engine does. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but you don't have the capacity to carry the water.
Right, you gotta be hooked up to somebody like real fast.
Yes, but you don't wanna build a rescue truck with a capacity with 1,500 gallons.
Yeah.
Because you lose your compartment space.
Your compartments, plus you run around heavy and that.
And you probably.
Yes.
You also put out there, the car catches on fire, you need a little water.
So that's the conversation that we've had kind of in our department is everybody's so quick. You know, you go toward Lincolnville on FM8, you're gonna get a brush truck. That brush truck is more than capable of putting out a car fire. And we don't hardly go anywhere by ourselves like that. So.
Well, I'm just trying to versus what we're really gonna spend. Are we gonna buy an engine? Hose? Are we gonna buy?
And what I'm saying
rescue
is y'all
truck?
are using
Just
806 more
emergency.
for a
That
rescue truck.
quick
than you
response.
are- I mean,
Quick
conveyor
fires that are up and over? Or what are we actually buying? Are we just?
That's what you bought it, I mean,
$791, yeah. Yeah. So that's a
That was an engine.
That was an engine. I mean,
1,500 gallons of water, 1,000 gallon a minute pump, yeah.
yeah,
brush truck, we got 22. This one, we got 4. That's that part. So is that comparison plus?
That's two different,
That's 2 different deals.
yeah, totally different.
I catch that.
Can you give a quote in the next 2 weeks, ballpark?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's the whole deal. I just hate to put, set aside $900,000 it's not gonna be used. Or we just, set aside $900,000, find out we're only gonna need 300 or 400 or whatever it's gonna be.
Well, there's another problem we have too, guys, even buying equipment.
Lag time.
This,
By the time you get
you
it.
know, you order it today, and you're gonna get it
By the
next
time you
year,
get it,
or a year and a
the
half.
prices change.
Well,
It's like catch one in progress.
kind of putting this money up there for is if somebody backs out on the truck that will work, it's built, that we can get our hands on today. But if we don't have the money in there, we can't get our hands on it.
But we could put it in, we could put that in contingency. We could
That's
put,
why
we could put,
That's why I asked the question.
We- We could, as a court, say, bring us ideas, what you got.
But I hate to just buy something just because it's first off the line and it's available, you know? And it
Well,
really doesn't fit what we, I mean, it's close to
you ain't
what
gonna
we
go
want.
buy a damn
but
brush
it's
truck
not-
if you want a rescue vehicle.
That's right.
You ain't gonna buy it.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
But what we're looking for, and if it comes up available, we've got to have, if it's in contingency or in whatever, we gotta have the money there to buy it.
Well, I wouldn't mind putting in contingency, but I wouldn't want to tie it to a direct line item that says, this is what it's earmarked for, when it's really not.
That's fine, but
We
It's
will,
really not
that's what you have to look at now.
We will-
You can't get equipment, you can't get it.
we will put money in contingency for it, and then if y'all think that that's a good idea, then we can instruct Chris to price something out and see what it's like, and then he'd have
I
to
think
bring
we
it.
just go ahead and do that.
He'd bring it to the court, and then we can, he can then bring it to the court, then we can approve it, we can move money from contingency to cover it.
Might throw one.
Or if something becomes available, and he gets a call from yours or something like that, and says, we got a rescue truck or whatever we're looking for, we can bring that to court and pull that out of contingency. We'll just have extra in contingency this year than we normally have. We'll put a little more into contingency. But with that is the idea, which is probably not a bad idea anyway, as we talked about facilities and stuff. For land acquisition, stuff like that, if we come up with a plan and we have an opportunity to purchase land in area, I don't want to talk about it, so everybody's watching, and then it becomes twice as expensive, realtor. But if we can find out where we want to do something, we'd have, our contingency may be a little heavier this year than you're used to seeing, but for a valid reason.
That's what Chris was trying to talk about earlier. That was the word, that was the term you were trying to remember.
Okay.
It was contingency.
I scheduled that word for 2:30. I wasn't ready for 12:30.
It's set aside, but not spent, not something that's actually in the budget.
Yeah, I didn't want it just to be in the budget just to be there, you know?
It's there, it's
there.
But
Hang in there.
if I understand it, just because it's in contingency, it can be used, it can be budgeted elsewhere if it has to be. Like if something major happened, you had to have that money. That's if you go.
That's what we, correct.
Yeah, so it's not.
You can have one contingency fund for a lot of things.
That's how we built it. So we've ran about a 10% contingency, but this one's gonna be a little heavier, but for valid reasons, for unknown of fire, and really we could do, well, we told Kerry to order that already, but you could even do that in EMS. I mean, with all this stuff that we know's taking a year and a half, it's hard to put it in a budget, because like, we got 2.5 months left, and Kerry ordered a ambulance a year ago, and we're hoping that we get it in this budget. Well, it's not like we lose it, so but
it's just money that was hanging out that couldn't be utilized.
Yep. So, any other questions on that? Or we feel good about fire?
Always feel good about fire.
Me too. All right. Next department. Thank you. Where are we going next?
Emergency management.
Perfect. See you doing. So when you look at, Kent and I are gonna have some work to do. Kent, mostly I'll give them all the credit. Because we are creating those two new departments that we talked about, 911 dispatch and then communications, and unwinding some of this stuff that's together, so you won't see it today, but Kent and I will be working on that before we have a proposed, and then we'll talk about each one of them, but they're not gonna look the same when you get the final thing, because communications is the easiest one. You'll see the salary and all that stuff. It'll shrink a lot and go into a different department, so.
We're gonna put it where it's actually being spent.
Personnel too.
Yeah.
But then farther down the line, depending on what happens or needed or whatever for actual communication, tower sites and buildings and upkeep and all that junk, that's where that's gonna be.
All right, let's go with this one.
Uh,
EMC.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And so the top 8 lines, just, I'd say double them. So 4150 is the first one that I changed. I changed it from, 3,250 to, what did I do here? 5750. Okay.
We probably move something over to it.
Okay. And it's the same thing, the with the L3 Harris stuff that I've been going to, the meetings in Austin, the couple-day trainings, trying to stay up with them and what's going on, and then, there's 2 emergency management conferences, that I go to a year, and I've already used more than what I had in there to begin with this year on my sheet. So that's why I'm asking to change that. Was there mileage reimbursement on that one also? Okay, no, okay, good. I don't believe emergency management has any. Fire has 3, which I have one of those, I always have, but. Okay. I mean, I don't see any reason.
Still got it.
Yeah.
0 and move it to
Yeah.
drop Colby.
I see your fuel. You only used 172 of it. Set 5 grand.
Because it's probably all comes out of fire. When I punch my code, because my code's been in there for
They've been removing your.
13 years, yeah.
So, I just saw that. Yeah, I was like, that,
It's all the same. What do we need to do there? What do you think's best for accounting?
When you fill out the new one,
Oh. Well, that's the only one I put fuel in, so we just changed my code to EM budget, yeah. Yeah. Okay, all right. So the contingency maybe is the next.
Capital. Yeah.
Right. And I knew that, but when I turned in my explanation, there's, with everything that's going on between the tower sites and the buildings and the generators and propane tanks, and am I gonna need some fencing done or hire somebody to manicure something like that? There's so much unknown for the next fiscal year, that I wanted to be kind of prepared, so I didn't know if.
I think we put it in the general. There's no need to start putting them back in the departments. If you need something, we'll take it through the normal process, just like everybody else, and record it.
Okay. And so you guys know, it took me a long time to kind of finish this up, because, I mean, it's hard to say
We got a lot of irons in the fire.
what's gonna happen, you know?
Hard to fund the unknown, isn't it?
Yeah, right. And then, so that 15,000, I don't know why that 45's there.
Well, it looks like it was from last year too, so it may have just been a carryover. You're not buying any,
Not buying any new
I think that was for the, maybe a vehicle possibly from last year, because we didn't know where we were going. I'd zero that out.
Yeah.
You're not buying anything big this year.
But what I actually said on my capitalize at this time, I do not feel that there's any immediate need for capital. However, I'm hesitant to leave it blank for the reason that our request of contingency funds, emergency management is ever-changing and integrated into multiple projects that any time could require a capital purchase. But I don't have any capital purchases to tell you that we're in need of.
And if there's something that comes, we can handle it just like we'd handle it if it was in that. You'd come and the court would grant it, and then we would move it from the general fund contingency. All same pot of money.
So then the 15,000 in non-capital was to purchase a stock of portable radio, batteries, antennas, and collar mics. Just for us to have on hand, because we bought 216 of those radios. There has been some issues so far, and I've kind of robbed Peter to pay Paul. Everybody brings them back to me and I get them going. So if somebody has a radio, a battery issue, instead of them having to deal with L3 to get the warranty done, they can come to me, get a battery, and I can do all the warranty because we are the customer of L3.
But that's for all the volunteer department, everybody to be able to utilize.
Yeah, I don't want to send anybody away with something they bring to me that if I'd have just thought ahead, I could have fixed them. Does that make sense?
Your radio doesn't work. Send them back home, that stinks your radio ain't working. Hope we don't need you.
Yeah.
Hope we don't need us.
Probably so. Probably so. That's that portion I had written before we had actually had that discussion on moving that stuff over. Okay.
Any questions about EMC?
I did offer up 2 job descriptions in our meeting that we had earlier, and a grant writer. Just, I'm not asking you for people. I'm planting seeds. A grant writer for the future. There's lots of money out there that doesn't get applied for, and then also a planner. We're gonna see what shakes out down south, but I think what you're gonna hear on some of the reports is that the state and FEMA and all that goes back to the plans to review because of that area. Just keep those 2 in mind when you're listening to all that stuff and see how those might apply to our county. Do I think we need to get them right this second? No. Again, once we crest over that 50 and we get more of those businesses and our call volumes are going up and we're dealing with other stuff that we don't normally deal with, maybe that's something we need to look at for the future.
Well, to talk about, there's number 1 and number 2 and number 3, I think, on the special called session is dealing with emergency response and the disaster in the hill country. A portion of that is disaster response across the state for multiple things. So I think there will be some state and federal money that is available for us to be in the forefront. I told Brooks the last thing, I watched their county judge get grilled in front of about 20 cameras about their emergency management plan and what they were doing. And I don't have any worry about the job he's doing or what we're doing, but I want to make damn sure we're prepared and we have, you know, plans and everything we need in place. We're not really so much probably worried about the flooding like they are there, but tornado situations, things of that, and we're prepared and we're ready. Because I don't want anybody to look at us as the funding mechanism, policymakers of the county, that we were not prepared. So anyway, I don't think we need.
We don't have anything.
We had 3 of them here about 1 o'clock on that day that it was happening. So, but
We have any
most of,
boats or anything, or they can park it, Hood County or?
they,
Our closest boat's Glen Rose. Glen Rose.
None of
If they can get here, Glen Rose came over and helped us. Parker County, I think they do. I don't believe Powhatan does, but,
we made, I met for the first time, Chris made, I met, I always get people's wrong. Is he the captain, game warden? So
Yeah.
our game warden's boss was here, and they had 2 here within an hour and a half, or 1 here within an hour and a half, and then the Texas A&M Task Force 1 that I think comes out of VFW.
Dallas, yeah.
Dallas area, had 2 here within like 2 hours. So that's something we're just always working on, that we've got those resources. One problem with that is if they've got an event, major event going on, they're not gonna skip their major event to come help us. But trying to build those partnerships, I think we've done I'll give Chris credit, has done a really good job of building those relationships and makes a couple of phone calls and what do you need? So we've got some really good partners from around us in the emergency management world, from Hood to Parker to Wise to Johnson to places like that we built. Chris has built really, really good relationships with, and it's kind of like fire and police. If you get out of the way, they work really well together and they get it done, so.
Yeah. And with the work that we've done down south and sending guys down there to help, we've expanded that quite a bit down there. We got some really good contacts down there that have offered us whatever we need. If we need anything at all we got to do is call them. So that's
Texas.
Yeah.
We got to prepare and be ready for ourselves, but we got good partnerships going everywhere.
Do we still have crews down there?
I've got some feelers out, got guys beating me up every day wanting to go. But until I have a point of contact that's gonna make sure that they're gonna work when they go down there and not sit around, not because they wanna sit around, because, yeah, then I can't see sending anybody. But I don't have any problem at all, just like we did last Thursday, spooling up a crew. We sent 11 guys, 4 ATVs, 3 UTVs, and they worked for 2 days straight. And it was perfect. They worked all day long. We actually had a house more or less donated to us. And they actually wound up finding
A place to stay, not a house. We don't have a house donated to.
No, yeah. One of their family friends, anyway. But they did wind up finding someone in a pile and recovered a body down there. I told them all that I hope you go down there and you get what you go down there for, and I hope you don't find anything. The mental health part of everything that's happening down south is going to be real, and once everybody steps back and takes a breath, it's going to be real. So,
yeah. All right. Anything else in emergency management? next? Fuel code? You have to remember a new code now.
Code, you just need to move from one to the other.
Yeah, I just need to move from one to the other. 1341 over Mercer Management. Y'all feel free to use it. It'll get you gas on me.
Fill up on me.
We need to get it in ribbons, they're placing for, tribute to all the down south.
Oh, green ribbons? Yeah.
In this ring, should we not acknowledge that as well?
We absolutely can. Yeah.
I mean, I think that's what it was for.
I can confirm that, and I can probably pull the trigger on our auxiliary to get that taken care of.
Feel free to put them on the trees around the courthouse.
Yeah.
If we want.
Okay.
Okay.
Since we're on that quick subject, just early warning devices that we have for emergencies, are we still going off just sirens that are here in the county? What local, all you're gonna get is what's in Stevensville immediate area?
So we don't have any in the county. We rely on Code Red, which is not ideal. I have everything lined up to change over to a company called Everbridge. I've got to do a data pool from OnSolve, which owns Code Red, and then quickly get that into the hands of Everbridge to get put back in on their side. There's a small fee for that from now until October, but then we would suspend our service with Code Red and start with Everbridge. Everbridge is extremely more user-friendly from here or from, a laptop or something like that. I mean, Code Red was a great thing when it first came out. It was like one of the only things when it first came out, but it's not very user-friendly at all. But then,
Yeah, I think that's,
17, yeah. But then the discussion that we had earlier to what you're talking about, I mean, how many times does your phone go off? And mine's gone off 73 times since I've been standing up here. Is what it is.
it's a hard conversation. How do you, early warning detection, things of that, how do you get that information out where people take it seriously to where it's at?
There's information that
It-
it's not real.
We
Wake you up in the middle of the night and like, I'm turning this thing off.
We're so connected, but we have so much information that the important information gets tied in with the junk. I had a long conversation with my uncle who works for Weather Channel talking about, because that's been a topic of them, Charles, about, how do we get warnings out? There were some warnings that were sent out, but how do you distribute that and get that to people in a timely manner, a manner that works? And I don't know that anybody has a really good idea, for what would work. I do think that changing from Code Red to Everbridge, which used to be Nixle, which has a lot more user-friendly, so when there is like a flash flood alert, it automatically sends it out to getting people that. And then really, part of the emergency management job is a lot of education, and I think where you need to focus and look at some of that, getting people signed up for those alerts, getting people done there, and ensuring that when we're having these emergencies that we're updating that, because it's really hard for him, easy to do when we have an emergency or situation while he's working on it. Well, we need to, and I think Joint Dispatch will help with this, we will have people that can help with the communication part of it while himself or me or whoever is helping dictate it, we can be getting that communication out.
Well, just what we did the other day, just. us
Driving around, yeah.
Driving around, having a conversation, you might avoid this area, you can go to this area.
I had a lot of people thank me for putting that out there. But then you put County Road 408's closed, and 5 minutes later, the calls for a van that drove through it. So, I mean, you can't fix everybody. So, yeah, I was like, Chris, isn't that the road that you just told me to update on my thing 5 minutes ago? He said, it is. So I went, okay.
At least it was the mail carrier, not somebody outside seeing.
Right.
Go see why it's closed.
Right, so, so yeah, I think that's part of some of that planning position that he's talking about, that some of our neighbors do have to us. I don't think we're there yet, but it's something, down the line where, with the population growth and things that we have, we may need to. We're a little different, every county's a little different, right? We're not Hood County, we don't have a big lake in the middle of us, we don't have, our biggest dangers are fires and tornadoes, right? I mean,
Cow getting on the road.
cow or horse getting on the road right now. We've got some manufacturing and stuff like that could have an issue with something, but, for the most part, our natural disasters are gonna be fire and tornadoes, so,
Severe weather's always number one,
yeah.
always number one.
And our flooding is really gonna be keeping people from driving through low water crossings, so it's not gonna be a lot of where we get up and have things like we saw in other places, so. Okay. Anything else on that? Communications. Do you want to attempt this? How do we want to attempt this?
I've never seen this budget. I can tell you what I need added to it.
So this budget generally has been done by the sheriff's office, because communications is actually dispatch plus radio tower leases and things of that nature. It's gonna just be things, in the future, it's just gonna be things that are connected to radio communications, not dispatch. We are going to have to, because we're looking at a June, let's just call it July, start time for the joint dispatch of 2026. So it's going to be awkward. It's been awkward for, huh? We will.
Yeah.
So those are all, for everybody, these are all things that have been going away. This will stay, Chris, this is why.
Yes, sir.
Professional services is another one, that's 9/11.
So that's going to come back. That is going to go away. I have not reached a final conversation with Jonathan on that, because he's mentioned, we've talked about leaving a small portion in there tight, so that we do have him, my thought process is we do have them tied to something if something goes haywire the first year we're doing this, or we need backup or something. If we have some small portion of that 45,000, maybe it's $5,000, we've got a tie-in to go. We need you, and so, but I haven't finalized that. When I do, I'll bring that to y'all for y'all to.
Is that
give you
GI
raises.
stuff, CAT?
CAT, so 9/11, so that's all going into that budget.
All these elements go away. These, the utilities are gonna stay at Christmas hours, we call it Christmas hours. Repairs and maintenance.
Because we had the cables cut.
So, but these are the ones that we like just to know for Christmas. Because those will stay, this is, code corrector is 14, 17. That's the price, so we got that. So I'd like Chris to go on
Does that need to move into emergency management?
Very well could now that we have, so the software could be either place, and I think it makes more sense to manage, kind of swap from there over and bring those antennas over here.
Mm-hmm.
So it was one of the issues that's what I'm talking about.
So over here, 2425, that 13756 on the 4900 line, 13756 is, the bill
Code
schedule
Red.
for Code Red.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure why 17,000.
What is Evergreen gonna cost?
Right about the
It was,
same.
I think it was right at the same, so I don't
They
know what
were-
that 17 is either.
If $200 difference, that was all.
No, I would make it, well, if we're gonna move it over there, but I think Chris is right. The proposal I saw, I didn't think it was 17. It's
Oh, no.
right at the same
Yeah.
cost, just
Yep.
better product for us. Okay.
We'll move this one over to yours, Chris.
Okay.
Or yours.
But- So do I have 4,900 already?
You will. Okay. If you don't. Most departments should already have.
$59.10. What are we on, 581? So 581 and 59.10, I had notes on cameras. So inside the building, outside the building, cameras on Melody Mountain site, Dublin site, Huckabee site. With all due respect, we don't need a $5,000 camera inside, a $5,000 camera outside that's hooked to the major network and be able to pull up in every office that has access, right? I need a Wi-Fi camera inside and outside that is motion detected, that goes off on my phone when somebody walks in one of my buildings. Does that make sense? I've got it at $2,000. I'm probably way high, $2,000 per site. And then farther down would be the Wi-Fi hotspots to plug in, leave in the building to operate those cameras. Does that make sense? So, like I said, $2,000 is probably too high per site, but that's how the notes that I have is $6,000 for cameras. And I think we said $40 a month on the hotspots.
I don't know if everybody knows, but we had one tower vandalized. We were able to submit it to insurance.
$25,000.
They covered a portion of it. It was the
Cedar Point Church.
Bluffdale, but yeah,
Yeah.
right past.
somebody climbed it and somebody cut it. Cut the wires going up, the cable going to
Coax.
Communication.
Yeah.
So,
Somebody climbed up there and cut it.
At 480 feet.
Climbed up.
Do we know any climbers in there?
he was in
Yes.
jail at the time. One of them was in jail at the time.
He was in jail at the time.
So,
Was it training others?
one of the number one suspects was actually in jail at the
Yeah.
time, so it was not,
Yeah.
which was worrisome because that means there's more.
And the mosquito spot.
Y'all got figured in there taking down that tire at Plainville, it's gotta come down.
Actually, I don't have anything figured in there for that one.
When do
It
we
needed to
need to
come down before we even did what we did out there. But
Exactly right.
When does that need to be off of there?
I don't know how long the lease is. We own the tower now, we bought the tower. But he owns the land.
I think Griffin is 26.
I said, I didn't know when it was, I just know that tower was broken down.
Over at 3,600?
This one will have to get this, because we got a brand new drive on top of it.
contract, yes, yeah.
So we budgeted at least and right now, last year we paid 47.9, we got an extra in there. You and I can get that list, you gave me a list, that wasn't that long, but I think it was fresh, I'm sure.
If you can pull up that other sheet, so we can see all of the leases. So, once you get to the bottom of Alex Fambro CTI tower, that's on, 359. Once we are up and operational and everything is good and we are done with Motorola, CTI goes away at 19.8. IWG, I believe that the IWG is what I have called the, yeah, Bluffdale. So LKCM, we pay LKCM for electricity, but so IWG is that, the Bluffdale Tower. So we can come off of that one as well. So the only leases that we'll have, Lingoville will still it's our tower, so I guess we have to have an easement to that, whatever that agreement is.
So it shows it's 24, but I don't know how long it's for. See over here it says FY
24, 25.
So is it 1 year lease, 5 year lease, or what? I don't know. Like I said, I just know when it swaps over that tower, it's gotta come down.
Yeah,
I guess we need to get some pricing on that.
I think 25.
What are we gonna do with that tower? Could we sell that tower?
I don't think it's worth it. Now, we're talking about, there's two standing side by side. This one we operate off of, this one's bad shape.
And we own both of them?
No, technically, we only own the one. But I promise you, if we go take the other one down, that was gonna come up, no, that's yours. It really wasn't. I think, when we bought it, we bought the one tower.
Old tires, the tires.
And had heck proven who owned it.
That's
when-
right, yes, it wasn't
Yeah.
quite like we thought it was.
I got lots of hours in that one.
Yes, sure is.
But, so Joe Griffin would be something we would still need an easement to. IWG goes away, CTI goes away, Fambro stays, and add double. So we're gonna cut that by half.
So, that's great, we can go through and make sure we get all of them. And you-
Dublin, yeah.
Okay.
But again, that's gonna be. It's gonna
Really
be
into
right
next
now.
budget year,
Next budget time, yeah.
because we're gonna have to sign another contract for a year to get us through, so really those two towers coming off will be next budget. 19 and 16. Oh, the one we just did was like 12,000 a year, wasn't it?
Dublin?
Yeah.
13.
13? No, a year. We did that on Monday. The contract for the, it's like 1,300 a month, I thought. Something like that.
13 a month. She's looking it up.
Okay, we'll get that. Let's keep rolling.
And get your attention, we're gonna be in good shape.
Yeah.
We're gonna come out net ahead, but not until the 26, 27.
Good.
Okay.
So that was 5910, right? 5910, yeah.
So bring us back to this, supplies, we're gonna have to budget all the other expenses anyway, but
Uh-huh.
like things like supplies, utilities, repairs, and
There was how much in there? 2,500?
What was that?
The only thing I had on 581 at 5910 was the cameras. Yeah,
No, it'll actually be
6,000.
So I don't know what the 2,500 is. Six, but we think that's high, so you'd be at 21,000 there. And the 15 is what? Right.
Oh,
Yeah, because we're gonna keep that in there.
I think the 25 was for one. And then that 30 basically two.
Okay.
Maybe. All right.
The rest of this stuff on this budget, like I said, I've never seen this budget before, so.
Well, we'll work, as we break this up, we'll work with you to ensure that the right things are in there. And
I'd be happy to help with whatever.
we're in the right stuff. But tower projects, all that stuff, I just want to ensure we've got all the costs of stuff we know we need. So we know we need cameras, we're gonna have the backup equipment for the entire county in there. We're changing the software to Evergreen, but it's going into EMC. Anything else? We need to figure out the Griffin situation. So we probably need to get a bid. We need to get if you can get a bid for what decommissioning those are, so if that happens in the next budget year, again, that's something we could pull from contingency because something that needs to be done, or we can wait until the next budget year, just depending on what happens with, I've never negotiated that contract, or so I've never had any dealings with that. I don't know where that's been handled in the past, so.
It wasn't easy.
Okay.
I'm torn on it though, because it doesn't belong to us. It's kind of part of the little area, but it doesn't belong to us.
He's gonna say we do. He's gonna say we own all that.
The ground doesn't belong to us, under our tower. Everything that goes.
Well, we'll visit with our
is
esteemed
ours.
county attorney that's tired of listening to you talk about your
I'm sure.
budget over here.
Sure. That's
And we can get it figured
all
out.
we've talked about for the last 2 weeks.
The tower projects and the radios. I don't remember what the estimated date was, but are we behind schedule, ahead of schedule? When's this thing supposed to go online?
Some of the rain's got us just a little bit behind, but not terrible. A couple of weeks, and it's because of electricity needing to be installed at Fambrose, which he's out there working on it right now. But
They're coring the tower over at the new, I don't know how they got that truck to where they got it, but they were drilling the piers yesterday.
yeah, they're
still
done.
there?
They're in concrete. They're set. They're not coming back for probably 28 days because the concrete has secured for their engineer for 28 days, and then they'll strength test it, and then probably take 2 days to punch it up in the air. So they're gonna assemble it on the parking lot that's up high and carry it over and put it up section by section.
I think that time frame's still looking at late spring
Yeah.
next year.
Yep.
Well, we definitely need some help.
We're
It's
scheduled
coming.
to install dishes. I believe they're coming mid-month. Next month, they're gonna start sending crews to each location and put the dishes up and run the coax down and in the buildings, and they've got step processes for everything going through there, so.
One of the things that's gonna be needed to be in this is gonna be our ongoing payments to the Corps that are gonna start. Is gonna need to be in communications. No, I'll work on that with you. And here, for transparency, and you can talk to your friends in Hood County. When we went on this project, we have a signed MOU with Granbury, because we're part of their network, for a base fee for each one of the radios that helps maintain the core. 2 weeks ago, they took it to their city council for them to, I wouldn't even use the word negotiate, to take this new proposal to everybody else for a new fee schedule that is more expensive, which is then set off some dominoes that I'll let you talk to Chris about. I don't want to talk about them in public. As far as other organizations.
Not for us.
Not for us.
No dominoes here yet.
But there's going to be some, we're very engaged with that, and we're going to be just fine. But we may have some changes I bring to you. I can't, I'm not going to speculate in general public. But they did that and did not talk to anybody, so everybody that's on there is caught off guard. And so Hood County has had quite a few discussions on this, and so we may have, it's possible we have some options in front of us that will be just fine, but anyway, that's gonna need to go in there, so we need to get those numbers, the estimated numbers. We don't have to pay that till we go live, so we're not looking at anything until we go live on the system.
I can give you projected fees that we have currently, and then give you some numbers that add those fees together, and you can get really close.
With that $1 million here, it's good. And then
Yeah. You know, that's one of those things where if we're fully staffed, that overtime number, that's a big overtime number to ensure we have the dispatch. And so we've done a lot better at that, even though that's a big number. It was at one point cranking pretty high every month, and it's in a much better spot right now. But the sooner we get that open and the running, the better that's going to be, so.
end of the day, this department will be just hours of equipment and that type of thing, in the process. I think it sounded pretty scattered, but it's not.
Yeah, it'll be tightened up a lot, actually. It's more scattered now, kind of how we have it with personnel to the towers than what it's gonna be.
Keeping the conversation about it, but it's, I think.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
But still needs to remain its own budget, because some of the expenses then will be split with the city, right? So
That's why we're creating the whole joint dispatch budget, because that will be basically, anything in there is split cost with the other municipalities.
We've got it already, there's joint dispatch. So we'll start populating these numbers as well. What we need to distribute will be more of a.
Be more of a, yeah, right,
So some of the fringe type things will go to different terms, but
right. So we'll work on that, and we'll have that in this upcoming budget. Anything else?
Who's gonna be in charge of this joint dispatch?
Well, the board is an ultimate,
Who's gonna be in charge of that?
the personnel.
Yeah.
So the board, it reports up to the board, and then they're gonna have to come to the city council. The way I envision it, reports up to the board, they're gonna have to come to city council and us, so it's gonna take some cooperation every budget year on what that looks like. The city is taking on the personnel portion of it, and we've got the building portion of it.
Ideally, to answer your question, we're on the board, we have county, the sheriff, EMS director, myself, they're county employees. Rumor has it that the sheriff's not gonna seek re-election, so that's gonna drop.
But that position's still gonna be the sheriff.
Right.
So we, for representation, we have 3 full-time employees, and then we have the president of y'all's, the Volunteer Fire Association, by the agreement is on there. So we have 4 people on there, along with the chief of police of Stephenville and the fire chief of Stephenville. Makes up your board. And then when Dublin and Tarleton get on there, they'll have 1 representative on there, but we'll still have, half the board with us, so.
Probably monitoring and maintaining, I would probably have part of that.
The actual person who's gonna be running the dispatch center is Ashley Anderson, who came from our department. She was selected by the board to be, and now she's worked for the city for a year now, maybe? And all she does is work on this project. So, but not to our expense yet. I think it's over there.
Okay.
And that's where I talked about when we're looking at IT and stuff like that, bringing in, my suggestion to Chris and the members of the board is we bring in a contractor like an SLG or something like that, where it's a dedicated service to that, and then it doesn't get into this, we used our IT, we're gonna bill this hour, we used our IT, bill this hour. We just have our contracts, let's call it $40,000 a year for IT for that department. We know we're gonna pay our portion. Make it easy.
Don't worry about that, we're gonna pay our portion.
So, all good?
Okay.
Anything else? Ready?
Yeah, got there early. Got to listen for an hour and a half.
Chris's fault.
I estimated he would only take about 30 minutes, and it took an hour and 30, so. Thank you, sir.
Hey, Chris.
Well, you get your time back right here.
We got questions.
Well, good, ask ask questions. No, so obviously this process is not my forte. I'm new to this process. I'm still trying to figure out what we're spending where and how. A lot of it doesn't make common sense to me, but I'm trying to work with the system. So the only real need in my office, we've been working very efficiently, and I'm trying to make it even more efficient. The real need that we have is for continuing education. Lawyers in private practice generally have it, their goal just to get the minimum number of hours required by the State Bar of Texas to meet their CLE requirements. And what I've discovered over the last couple of years in public service, that is not sufficient just to go get whatever 15 hours I can find quick and cheap. The issues facing our county, as you know, are changing, growing, diversifying, and we got to keep up. We got to know what we're doing. We got to do this well, do it efficiently, and not waste a bunch of time trying to figure out what's going on, because we never even heard of some of this. So that's the only big need I have, is to do better with our continuing education. That's primarily the 2 attorneys in my office, the assistant county attorney and me, and then our victim assistance coordinator, because that's the other area that changes a lot. So it's important that we keep her up. But otherwise, you know, our supplies cost a little bit more, so I've added some there, and we have some projects. One project in particular that we're working on in my office trying to be proactive to some problems that I feel like we've just been mildly defensive to in the past in my office, and I'm trying to get ahead of those things, primarily dealing with our juvenile prosecutions. We have not, my opinion is, we have not made enough of an impact in our county with our juveniles, with the way that we've been prosecuting and handling those, and we need to get ahead of that. It's becoming a huge problem. We've got a huge substance abuse problem among our juveniles, and the problem is only going to grow. So I've got some projects I'm working on right now. There is not a lot of expense associated with that. I think the biggest expense that may come is we'll have to add staff, but right now I'm spending almost none of my SB 22 grant money that I have for the purpose of adding staff when needed. So I don't anticipate asking for any more money for that anytime soon. So.
Perfect. Anything for Ms. Espinosa?
And this is kind of like this, this
Oh. Yes, we didn't have that in our budget before, apparently, and so we had to make an adjustment to pay for it, and so we just went and added it back in. Yeah.
Really, no big change. I've got a different fund. We'll talk to you, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to have these other, but I did now. We'll get with you one-on-one on this special fund.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Sure, yeah.
And so, everybody's available to you. And, so, your talking point, didn't need to have it here, and just that, your total budget.
The other, and while we're talking about those special funds too, I haven't quite figured out where it's all coming from yet. I'm working, as I said, I'm new to this process and not very good at it yet. But the other big sort of project is the wrong word, initiative maybe in my office now, is our law enforcement relations and education. One of the things about the job of a prosecutor in the county is that, you know, I'm just like up here on something that starts down here and goes through a lot of other people before it gets to me. And so in order for things to work well and work efficiently and not waste the county's time and money, we really need things to work better from the ground up for our cases. And so we're working very closely with all of our local law enforcement agencies, and that involves a lot of education and communication and time. And so we've just kind of been scrambling to pay for those things as they come up where we can, where we have the money and all of that. We're trying not to do it, not to spend a lot of money on that, just to make it more of a time thing, but that will pop up here and there in those special funds too, trying to work with law enforcement, make sure they're educated and know what's going on and work with us the way we need them to, so.
Yeah, I think the last one I went to was the DWI one, breakfast you had. There's probably, every department was there. There's probably 40 officers.
Yes, and so I started that shortly after I started working as assistant county attorney, and we've seen, I mean, the fruits of it are huge once we get to our prosecutions. We're prosecuting cases better, more efficiently, more quickly. Everybody's on the same page. Everybody knows what we're doing. We just have, at least for our misdemeanor cases, we have better police work going on in our county and better prosecution going on in my office because of that initiative. So I'm going to keep that up. I don't have a line item right now for it, but that may be something you see in the future.
It's very valuable. Very valuable.
Anything?
Good plan.
Anything else? Caught us at the end of day 3. Everybody's out of questions, so you're doing a great job. I appreciate.
Cheap and easy and not very interesting as far as my budget's concerned, so.
I appreciate all the work you've done for us as a court with the questions we have that is on top of your actual prosecution thing. It's
well, that's important. I mean, that's one of my primary duties constitutionally is to be the legal advisor for the county, and that's another reason for the continuing education. I mean, all of you have come in my office and seen the stumped look on my face because it's something new every time, and so I really would like to stay ahead of those issues. And the Texas District and County Attorneys Association, when they have seminars that involve county attorney breakouts, so people dealing with the same, it's invaluable. I wish I could go to every single one of them and talking to people all across the state who are having the same issues with, you know, whatever, solar companies and, you know, water issues and land development and all the things. I mean, you know, there's nothing new under the sun, and it's so helpful to be able to go and talk that stuff out, so. Well, we may need to, this is, we worked really hard to come up with what were the most valuable seminars that we needed, when were they, where were they, if we register early, how much will it be? We also have at least one major one that we probably need to send 2 people to every year, and one of them will be covered and reimbursed by some grant funds that the Cross Timbers Family Services get. They'll likely pay for one every year, but as Kent has kind of helped us through that process, we still pay for it, and then it gets reimbursed, and so it has to be in our budget, so. Sure, yeah.
So, you know, when you look into it, and that also is a little different, because it includes hotel, food, all that goes in that one line, whether they just, we don't break that like, sole proprietorship, where you're trying to
right.
get your taxes deducted.
Yeah.
It all goes in there, so that's why it's double check that, make sure it's enough. Usually we only get about 1,500 per person just for staff.
Well, and again, it's 2 attorneys and 1 staff member, and the way that we figured it, we used what we spent this year on all of the ones we went to, and we added 1 large seminar for Brandy and myself to go to, and we used the costs of that, so that's where that number came from. So, you may be right, I may be coming back begging with my tail between my legs, but I just think it's important that you've got qualified people, that our taxpayers have qualified people who know what they're doing working for them. I think that's a good use of their money, so.
It's nice to have.
Exactly.
Anything else?
We're good. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate you. All right, that concludes all the departments that are available to meet. What is our wrap-up? Questions? Well, Kent and I talked a little bit in the recess, and so based off what y'all said, let me just present this and tell me if I'm wrong. We move, each one of you moves 1 mechanic into your department, plus their cost, the truck, all that, it's moving out into it. So basically, I think you use the word, we liquidate the stuff that's in Road and Bridge now. I think there's 3 trucks. I don't know, they're gonna draw straws to see who gets which one, or some of that policy stuff's gonna have to be worked out between everybody, as far as, and the mechanics, as we, I think, talked about, how we handle that. We can work through that policy part. As far as the budgeting, we're gonna move everything that's attached to 1 mechanic out of Road and Bridge and put it into your departments. The thing we'll need to figure out, and probably need some help with, is what is gonna stay in there for some of that shared equipment, or are you gonna say, if I'm using it, and if it's shared and y'all sharing something, I'm using it, I'll get it fixed? I don't know.
If we put 10,000 a year apiece in just shared equipment, that ought to cover any expenses that's gonna happen, and whatever's left after the year, I mean.
Unless there's some kind of capital improvement.
Well, if
buy something that we need to.
Yeah,
that we have to
and if
have.
there is, we can dig that out of contingency.
And then we just take it out and split it 4 ways, whatever
Or
it
if
costs.
something breaks or anything, we fix it and whatever it costs, it's just.
And then you're transferring in based on the cost of something.
It's a cost.
Yeah.
Does that work?
Whatever's fair, I'm game with.
You know, if we fix something costs 20,000, that's $1,000.
Right. Even if we bought a new broom or something.
Each person.
We need to buy a new $200,000 distributor truck. We put 50,000 apiece in there, you know, that's average. There's absolutely no need for each one of us to have our own paving stuff.
There's $100,000 for what's in that fund right now. So, all of a sudden, each of you want a truck, somebody else didn't get it, or doesn't need it. We can go with cash, we can basically give cash back to all of this stuff. So,
If there's enough money in there, buy another truck. We gotta put, you have to put ad in the paper, get another mechanic. You know, October.
Well, we just gonna advertise for one mechanic or four mechanics? And
I think we ought to all advertise for a mechanic.
that's right, I think we all advertise for four mechanics. Each one of us advertise for a mechanic.
And we need to let the other three know that when this is gonna take effect, October 1st.
That's when it would take effect.
They had a job through the end of September. They were working to apply for the other position.
Apply for the job.
That's based on this plan, that's what needs to happen.
You won't have to open one for me. We'll run our own deal until we figure out if we need to play grass.
that's what you're saying too, maybe one of you doesn't need a truck.
Doesn't need to run, mechanic around there.
Then you're gonna have to figure out who's gonna, you know, what mechanic's gonna work on the stuff that we need, that we own to get. Who's gonna work on the distributor? We've got a mechanic work on it,
Whoever needs it or whoever's available, the way I look at it.
Or all the above sometimes.
That's right, that's exactly right.
I think those pieces will fall in.
Yeah, I think they'll fall in once we get everything set up.
I ain't too worried about that.
You know, and it's, when I'm looking at it, my mechanic's not real tied up with anything, and the distributor's broke down, he can work on it.
It's whoever has the knowledge to work on it.
That's exactly right.
Some of it need to, some of it will come down to need, when you need it. It'll come down to a need deal.
Okay,
There's some equipment out
Since
there.
we're already,
does it make sense to you? Makes sense to me.
since we're already on the subject, and you kind of, alluded to
There's a
it.
few little pieces.
So
We
you
ain't got a map, we talking about
future references, I'm considering taking $5 and making the end
I've got a shredder out there.
our own shop there.
My dad's hill, but
That will free up a whole lot of area there in our yards for some units. The jail is gonna expand, if something else is gonna expand out to it, it'll give us room.
If you've got the cash and you wanna do it, yeah.
I've got the money in contingency or in reserves to do that.
You got the money in the bank.
But I know we're sitting there going back and forth and we're like, man, the jail, if I'm removed, or at least I know Dee's actively looking for some property too. We might give you the whole space of the yard and that will clean up all your acquisition for new facilities for, you know, the new Justice Center, whatever. That will free up all access there. He's right there next door.
I mean, that's a big move for y'all, but it does,
It frees up your whole.
it solves a huge problem.
Yeah.
As far, I mean, cause that's a huge piece of property. So clean up. I don't know what we do with the barn, but
tear it down.
Before you move your last,
It's only useful to us, I think.
Keep it, those are there.
but I mean, it's got, did we fix the electrical problems in it?
No.
I can fix that with a tractor.
That's, I mean, it's got quite a few,
It's got a lot of quirks that need to be addressed,
but not
as
if
far
we're.
as what you're trying to do is you're trying to gain the space. If we're gonna buy property, I'd rather buy a rural property, or I don't have to buy any at all. If he's not, the only one that we out anything really, just buying property is him. We're just gonna utilize what we have, better utilize what we have, because we aren't utilizing it really to its potential now. we're just gonna better utilize what we have. Yeah, they can still stay there.
I think the fuel tanks could still, or, I mean, at least they're not underground, so there might be some movement that could happen. They could be moved somewhere.
You're 3 years out of the business, you need to be, if you're gonna put it there, you said something about, $3.5 million. Joe said, I can't even make it in mine. That's what that excess is for, is things like that.
It just makes common sense that, which, the property you actually are looking for, we already own. You know what I'm saying? The thing you actually want, we already have, so.
That's true,
it
but much
makes-
as I hate to tear down a good building, you know?
Yeah, I know. But it's a common sense deal for me. I've already got the property. It makes plenty of common sense to me. You're actually looking for property to build stockpiles and store stuff and have a better facility. So it's kind of a two for deal.
You built a barn a couple years ago.
I already
you built
asked
one.
$500,000. We've
Yeah.
already done, came
I mean,
up
that's-
to the number $500,000.
I think you got in early, yours was
His
some, 3 something,
Mine was
4,
2.7 years.
yours was 4.
About 45, 4.5. I was on.
Rebuild all his cash plus some.
Yeah, it's,
it was just.
I mean, it would be, just me speaking not to, and I understand the point, if you're there already and we've got it there, but it's probably one of the most valuable pieces of property we have, and we have gravel and rock and culverts stacked up right there, but I don't want, we've got to be convenience for y'all too, so. It would be hugely, it would be very helpful in the whole process.
well, and that building could stay there because the majority of the property you'd need for a
Justice Center.
Justice Center is really where we got all the rocks and the tin horns and the trucks parked and all
Yeah,
that
I'd have to
stuff.
pull and look at the square footage of where it's at.
You're gonna need a parking lot after that, so you're gonna have to tear the building down and have parking lot.
I would let them park in the building.
Covered parking, valet parking, just.
Yeah, valet.
That came up, this,
Yeah, no, I mean, much as like I said, much as I hate that.
I'm not buying that sucker nothing.
He wouldn't even buy me a
I'm
cheeseburger.
only buying my soda.
That's how good of friends we are.
Yeah, there's a timestamp and everything. On this day.
Well, that would be helpful, so.
Probably save you $2 million in property.
Oh,
It's $2 or $3 million
it
in
would-
property acquisition.
There's no doubt that property,
2 million. Yeah, I bet more than
I bet
that.
it's
I bet it'd be more. I went through
Yeah.
and just did what it's on the roll for, if we bought that frontage for there, and it was 1.5 on the roll, and you know, when the
Yeah.
government comes calling,
Boy, we got a hook, we got one on the hook.
it's more than that.
It's got to go up, it's got to.
One expansion or.
Well, and we're gonna need the jail expansion, the way y'all built the jail, oh, I don't know, but it actually comes left
Average shop is about
Needs to go towards the.
towards the
and just
thing they just built.
security fence.
Yeah, but there's plenty of room there, because I've
Tear
walked.
down the freight building, tear down.
I don't think we're gonna have to do if we did 100 beds, and I don't think any of us will be here when we need anything more than that. But to go off to that left side and build that, because they literally have the doors already in there.
They built that, didn't they?
They built it for
their
that,
expansion.
correct.
That's what I thought.
And so it's 100 beds, and it comes to, there's still room.
And
So we would be at
we're not giving them
240.
we're not giving them that ground.
No.
They have to pay for it.
Hey, it's in
So you
precinct
gotta
one,
let-
so I don't know why you're rubbing your fingers
Well,
together.
it was all four precincts barn.
But it's in precinct one. That's the only county property I own, it's right there.
Some of that stuff's mine, I don't know how much it is.
So, what y'all
Here.
said,
I don't
$3 million,
think-
hold it go?
Here,
I bet the county owns it. Hey, it's all one big kitty, I mean, it's.
Yeah, taxpayers' money, but
They solved a lot of problems.
we're at the deal of,
Roundup.
That's ours.
the best dollar spent.
what am I greedy about?
It's the
I've
best
had
dollar
about
spent.
2 POs in 3 years.
Okay,
I like that.
well, it was just.
Well, I just gotta find
Maybe we don't need to talk, the 4 people that are watching know we do it. Maybe we don't talk about that till Deke and,
It don't matter, that's our property, they can't go out and buy that from us.
no, but you need to find something. And if
That's the
everybody
key. I've
knows
been
that you're,
looking for 12
if
years.
everybody knows you're looking, yeah.
Anybody's got any prime gravel pit for sale?
It don't hurt.
That ain't my precinct, that's.
I know it, we could rearrange the precinct, it could be.
Redraw the.
It's not far.
Tarrant County just redid their precincts.
Yeah,
so-
you know what's happening?
I'm selling that.
Me and you talked about that, I'd make me and somebody else.
Yeah, they redid their whole thing, so.
Well, guess what happened? That precinct 2,
I don't know, may come down to that.
they've been using, they've been working mostly rural, little streets and stuff. Automatically now, they built all this territory and all this, they have very little equipment and they need a whole bunch of equipment. And the one section that they left out, they gained a lot of stuff that they've never.
Have equipment for it.
They don't have equipment for it, so
Well,
they
they-
just move lines around and now everybody's,
Well, they did it for voting.
no,
They
but they
redistricted
don't,
for
they
voting.
don't, you know, but.
That's a big, that's a
One precinct that had all the equipment to do the job that were phased.
Western Fort Worth. Now, you should look at their map. Precinct 2 runs the border and runs up and gets like Mansfield and stuff like that. It runs literally like it's a snake at the edge of the border and goes up like this. And then the other one comes all the way, that was the western part that was more rural,
Yeah.
switched and comes all the way out,
And they don't have.
takes it all
They don't
in.
have any equipment, they don't know the.
That was, I don't think they've hit from that was to,
Precinct now to cover the, it's a crazy.
that was a Supreme Court case that was upheld that allowed, because of the census, COVID census, you can get away with doing that out of cycle. So, we figured out, y'all, we figured out, lots of questions. We're gonna have to figure out payroll. Now that we've got a number, Kent and I can work through that worksheet to tell us where to give you guys what each tax rate would be, so then we can talk tax rate, where we're gonna be, look at revenue based off what we've kind of discussed in here. And then at one, like I said, at our next Commissioners Court meeting, we'll have a work session where we talk about budget, and I would assume by then, because that's gonna be the 28th of July, so that gives Kent and I a week and a half to work through this stuff. I hope we can talk some salary numbers or what we want to do on that, so then we can really tighten it up to be able to add those in after we've got it, because we've got good numbers. We can really tighten that up to put a proposed budget that y'all feel good with. Of course, we can still change all the way up until we adopt on September the 15th. 15th, I think, is when we're gonna do it. September 15th is when we would adopt, have a public hearing the 8th before on the tax rate and everything, except, of course, it's a very, I don't think I'm very smart, but it's a complicated counting back and time frame to ensure that you get the notices out and have everything done. But we need to have that done probably by the 28th, because we have to post the elected officials' salaries like 2 weeks. She's gone. We have to post elected official salaries, I think, 10 days to 2 weeks ahead of the public hearing, which is September 8th. So, by then, right, and then 10 days after that, you have to adopt, I think. But we have to post, there's postings all along, but that's one that we're gonna have to talk salary, because that's gonna affect what we put in the paper. So be thinking about that, what you think, what you like, not now, but think about it and bring it back, and we'll see where we're at.
One other thing, and I mean, it's back to this mechanic deal, we need to discuss about what we're gonna pay. I mean, basically, all four need to be paid the same, not unless y'all want to just leave it to each one of us. But I think
It makes sense, it looks better.
it looks better, all of them make it the same.
It keeps y'all from getting in a war of.
Yes, that's exactly right, that's why I said.
But honestly, maybe, I could see that both ways. I could see it's your budget in there, so if you want to do a general, you want to do no mechanic, you want to do a general mechanic that does very basic stuff, or if you're of the nature, I want to go hire an awesome mechanic, it's
think we
gonna
can have a
cost
range
that.
And the range,
where we're
it's
at now.
everything.
At the end of the day, it's coming out of your road and bridge, it's coming out of that tax, so.
2 or 3 tiers if you want to, I don't care where you pick it up.
Wherever you want your mechanic to be, whatever you want your mechanic to be.
We've got to, maybe we've got to, and it may be a wide range, because you may like a general, and then you may, what would it top? What would it top to get a top end?
I think that's doable, but we just need a range or something there, because you gotta have something
Like 50 to, what are they making, the 70?
70.
like 70 hours.
45 to $70,000 range. I mean, if you want a road hand, or if you want a mechanic, or whatever you want, I mean,
Well,
Well, I run out of money, so I don't need another road hand. They're
ain't
killing
hard to run
trees,
out of
picking
money.
up rocks last 2 months of the budget.
you'd buy some sledgehammers, they'll be busting up all them big rocks you're hauling out.
Yep.
well, I'd like to have like a 2-step or a 3-step deal there. That
Yeah.
Even if you got him and you figure out, you hired him at this, and before a year later, you go, well, maybe
But-
he's
but-
got a lot more experience than I
But
thought
we
he had.
can,
I can give
we
him
can
this
do that, and then
extra
in the budgeting of the budget and payroll, you can tell us what you're looking for. We can just, we can put that cap in there, and you can go anywhere you want there, yeah.
There has to be a seal, so,
Oh, yes.
there's always a basement, there's always there's gotta be a seal.
Anything else? Kent, anything you need from us? Yeah.
I'm not gonna be here Labor Day till the 8th, I'll be back the 8th.
In September?
That week, yeah, that
Okay.
week, first week in September. My 88-year-old mother-in-law wants to go to the mountains and ride in the Polaris. And what she wants, she gets. We're leaving on her birthday.
Well, we will not have any meetings then, so we'll wait till you get back.
I'll be back Monday for the meeting.
Okay.
Good Lord willing, the creek don't rise.
Anything else?
We're going to
Ladies
be talking
now.
about, fire departments, the money for these outside fire departments. Tommy can get hold of them chiefs if you want to, because really, he was the one that was handling the contracts anyway. So
Okay.
really, I guess that's more his job.
Then I'll talk to him.
Yeah, he had to go to Gordon and.
Yes.
and
Is he the one that didn't, I feel like you came in with something, a wet piece of paper sometime, that you had went and had to go get signed somewhere from one of them.
It could have been, I may have.
Wet piece of paper.
It was raining, and he came in, and the contract was
Wet.
was wet.
Had to squeeze it out
That's
of
the
it, but I
weird,
got it.
it's the weird stuff I remember,
Contract
but
on one of them, cliche pits or something, it was pouring down rain.
it was pouring down rain and he hands me the contract, it's just soaking wet. I'm like,
Yeah.
okay,
Put that in the window, maybe.
yeah, we'll let that dry before we give that to one.
I got it done, that's right.
Do you have anything?
But no, like I said, Tommy was the one that was doing those contracts.
Okay, well, I'll get with him. Anything else? Going once, going twice. Please don't come to me saying something later.
There may be something coming.
Well, I understand that, but nothing big, because it
No, the only
just,
thing I got's on paper.
I'd rather talk about it now. Okay. All in favor, say aye. Oh, I got a motion by Commissioner Buck, second by Commissioner Edwards. All in favor, say aye.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Well,